Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan State makes it 13 straight wins, beating Minnesota 73-51 in East Lansing last night. Trey Holloman led the Spartans with 12 points. Xavier Booker had 10 off the bench. Michigan State, an impressive 18-2, tops in the Big Ten at 9-0. Head coach Tom Izzo had praise for his defense last night. This is the first time the Spartans have won 13 straight games since the 2018-19 season. Coincidentally, the last time that Michigan State's made the Final Four. Pistons look to finish their road trip with a winning record. They take on the Pacers in Indy tonight. Detroit's 2-2 on the 5-game trip. Wins over the Rockets and Hawks. Losses to the Magic and Cavs. Cleveland on Monday all over Cade Cunningham in the loss, forcing him to go 9 for 26 from the field. So do the Pistons miss Jaden Ivey and that playmaking that takes the pressure off Cade? Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. At 23-23, Pistons 8th in the East, but just 3.5 games behind the 4th-place Bucks. That tip-off from Indy, 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. And after 11 seasons with the Phoenix Mercury, 10-time All-Star Brittany Griner signing with the Atlanta Dream in free agency. Meantime, her old team, the Mercury, they've traded for 5-time All-Star Alyssa Thomas from the Connecticut Sun. At the Corway Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass on a Wednesday.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody this morning?
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wednesday?
It's Wednesday. It feels like Wednesday.
Kind of a blah,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
It doesn't have to be blah. It's a hump day. We're running downhill after this. Come on.
This is the guy who's got a short work week.
Yes,
Yeah,
I won't be in on
exactly.
Friday.
This is your Thursday.
I say it every Wednesday. I feel like it's you get to this point, and that's why it's called hump day. You're getting over the hump. At least that's why most times it's called hump day. But you're running downhill after this to the weekend. And now there's no football this weekend, so
Yeah, I know. What are we really running towards?
exactly. It's running to nowhere.
We'll get there together. 6:35 Lions free agents. Should they stay or should they go? We've got 12 names. We'll play that game together. 6:50 Pistons trade deadline. Which direction should they go? They're kind of in that spot where they could go either way. They play tonight against the
Made it
Pacers.
so interesting. So interesting. But before the season, and we'll get into it, but before the season, it was definitely, okay, you're signing these guys to trade. This is trade bait at the trade deadline. And now you might be buying.
And Malik Beasley with some interesting quotes. We'll get to it 6:50. John, some interesting sights in your neighborhood. Tell people about
There
it.
have been. And so, was it Sunday night or Monday night? I can't remember when I sent you guys this. But we had, obviously, new house. And I always, whenever we're looking for a house, because of experiences I've had before in regards to the first house we lived in Plymouth, there was a bridge that went across, a walking bridge that went across the road, and people could walk across it. I could see right into our backyard. So very interested into, okay, what are the sight lines? Can you see the backyard? Can you see into any of the windows of our house? We got a little bit more space in between the houses. And so you're always looking to see what the surrounding area is. And the other night, my wife was on the way home, and she goes, "Hey, do you see the light that is hovering above our neighborhood?" And she goes, I think it's a drone. And I'm like, no, I was inside giving Teddy a bath and, wrestling with the other kids and trying to figure, how to get everybody in bed. And so I look out the window and yeah, I have obviously, as I mentioned, looked at the sight lines. There was no tower there, no cell tower, no nothing. And parked above our neighborhood was a light. Now, okay, I'm looking at it going, is it just a plane that's way far off? And you look at planes in the sky and they're going hundreds of miles an hour. They look like they're going nowhere. Mm-hmm. This one was parked there for over 2 hours. and you couldn't hear it like you would hear a helicopter or a plane that would be flying over, and obviously it wasn't moving. So the only thing it could have been was
aliens.
It could have been, yes, it could have been a UFO.
Were you visited, John?
I was not visited, at least not that I'm aware of. I mean, they may have just erased my memory, but it had to be a drone. It was something that was levitating with a light above our neighborhood, and so
Did you feel uneasy about it? What'd you do about it?
Well, I called my buddy who's a police officer, and I asked him, I'm like, hey, is this something I should, call the cops about? And he's like, well, let me investigate. And, he called the Canton police and to see if they were using one of their drones to either search for someone or maybe they were doing an exercise. And, hey, the reports came back, nothing in the area from any of the surrounding townships. So it had to be somebody's personal drone. And it just seemed really weird that it was hovering. First of all, and his question was like, how long has it been there? Mm-hmm. It seemed like a legitimate question. And I was like, well, at that time it was, 90 minutes. And he thought the same thing I did. Like the drone batteries have a limitation. And I never saw it. Like I wasn't watching it the entire time. I did go out and take a video. I could show you guys. And it never, went down and then back up. It just was constantly, every time I saw it, it was in the same spot in the sky. And so I was just curious.
It's got to be a UFO. Not a drone, John. It's aliens.
Spying
well, I
on
mean,
you.
technically, by definition, for
Sure,
me, it was
UFO.
unidentified flying object. But
Strange.
I'm curious, have you guys ever had a drone incident? And I don't necessarily want to call this an incident, but because it was at night, and I don't know how much they see or they have night vision. I know that the sophistication of the drones is amazing, and I love drone footage. Trust me, I love drone footage. I just don't want one parked over my house. Yeah. And I just thought it was extremely odd that it was there, and it was there for nearly 2.5 hours.
I guess my drone experience happened last September. I was at that Green Day concert.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's right.
They sprinted off the stage. Nobody knew what was going on. Today's day and age, you think the worst. You're like, where are the exits? They run off the stage. We're like, is the concert over? Is it canceled? Why is this happening? And then rumors spread in the crowd. It's a drone. It's a drone.
Right.
Look up and there's like a green light, and it's just kind of circling Comerica Park where the concert was. And you're going, all right, what is flying this thing around?
Yeah.
And eventually they got it out of the air and they came back out on stage. But it's an uneasy feeling. Why is this here? Who's doing this?
Right, because it was hovering. And I've had other drone experiences where I've been at a park, like Ellie had softball practice, and then all of a sudden you hear this buzz, right? And it's like, you hear the meow, meow, and it's going off place. And I found the guy that was operating it. It was amazing to me. He said, I am a drone racer.
Okay.
Okay.
We're making, and we can make anything a competition here in America. So, and it was so wild to me that this thing was going so fast, and he obviously was zooming in around the trees. And it was mainly open, right? There's a couple of baseball fields, trees on the sidelines, but he was literally going in circles and doing all this stuff. And he goes, "Yeah, I do two things. I do stunts with the drone, and I race it." It was very interesting. So I got a chance to talk to him for a while.
Is there a whole circuit? Like, how does one get into drone racing? Yeah, Wednesdays I'm in my drone league.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, and he said the fun part is because they have limitations in terms of weather, like what they can actually have races and stuff in. And I said, it's kind of like baseball, right? You can't have you got a rain delay or wind delay. And he goes, yeah, wind is always the biggest thing, which makes sense. But I'm just curious, anybody else, like, have you ever had an encounter, whether it's been a good encounter or a concerning encounter with drones? Because they've been in the news, obviously, in the last 6 months or so.
Yeah.
More on the East Coast than
New
here.
Jersey, yeah.
And this was not the size of a minivan or and I couldn't actually, I could tell it was a drone, but I couldn't see the size of it. It's hard to estimate the size of flying objects.
Heather?
I've had no experience with drones except our own drone.
Yeah.
I mean, that we've used just to capture footage up north and of waterfalls and things like that. No.
But you're not using it to spy on your neighbors?
Once in a while.
Except
No.
the neighbor next to you that doesn't like you guys on their beach?
We've used it up north. But
Right.
no, we've never used it to spy. We've used it in our neighborhood, though.
Yeah.
Like more for practice because it's hard to fly.
What are the rules? Like, what are you allowed to do?
Is Colin, is it like registered with the FAA?
I don't know if it's a big enough one to. Do you have to register?
I don't know.
I honestly
mean, it's
don't
a flying
know.
object, so I think there is a certain rules to it.
But I wonder where the cutoff is. Like, if you bought your kid one of those little toy helicopters, you don't have to register. So, like, how high up does the drone have to go? How big does it have to be?
Yeah.
I don't know all those things.
Well, so here's the other one. I when I do the commercials or live reads for Rapid Roofing, they'll send up a drone, but it's literally right above your house, and they're taking a look at all of the, any issues with your roof.
Look at the chimney.
Yeah, and they show you the cool footage of it, or selling the house. Right, realtors will send drones up, and they'll do that. But it's all like regulated.
Sure.
This was. I can't imagine it was a realtor because it was literally. I mean, it gets dark at 5:00 now.
Yeah.
And it was around 7:30 at night is when we first noticed it.
It's dark out. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, what type of footage are you taking at that time?
Ominous.
God, it's very ominous. Yes.
We have some calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Your drone experiences. John has one. Wants to know yours. We'll get to stay or go. Lions free agent edition at 6:35. It's 97.1.
Super Bowl 59. It's one game, two teams, and endless possibilities. And there's no better place to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to take home the MVP trophy, or who's going to win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets. All you have to do is download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and bet with FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
People got stories. We'll get to them. Drone spotted in John's new neighborhood, just sitting there for hours.
Yeah.
Spying on you.
Well, that's what I'm
Watching.
just curious as to why it was there. And it wasn't directly above our house, but it was above our neighborhood. It was just parked there.
Jeff in Novi, good morning. You're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Good. So I got a crazy story, and so at the end of this story, I was thinking, I drive every day from Novi to Detroit to work, and I'm thinking I was going to hear about this story from Heather in the news.
Oh.
So date back to the end of 2023, my wife and I bought a home in Highland Township for the sole purpose of doing a short-term rental. We furnish it, we put a lot of money into it, and fast forward, we start, renting it out, and we get a cease and desist sticker on the front door because in 2024, a new ordinance was passed saying that there was no short-term rentals in Highland Township on this lake that we bought on, and we were devastated. We put a lot of money into it, whatever. So get with my realtor. Said we got to list the house. We got to sell it. I mean,
Right.
we're not going to take a bath on these mortgage payments every month. So we go that route. We don't need pictures of the inside because we have it listed on one of the short-term rental websites. So he's like, we'll just send out a guy to do aerials outside. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I get a phone call from his assistant. She goes, hey, Jeff, we got the guy outside doing the aerials. And I'm like, I know, I see him on the ring footage. And she goes, well, we got a problem. I go, what do you mean? She goes, your neighbor came outside and shot his drone down with a shotgun from his balcony.
Oh my goodness!
And I go, you obviously the choice words. I go, you got to be kidding me. She goes, yeah, the Highland Township sheriffs are at the house. I go, I'm 20 minutes away. I'm gonna get in the car. I'm coming on over. I have my mother at the house, my 4-year-old son. I'm like, we got to go. Like, what the heck? So we get on over there. Sure as you know what, neighbor shoots down the drone that was above my house. It actually landed in the fire pit, and they don't obviously want me to talk to this guy, right? And I made sure that he was in earshot because there's a little bit more to the story. This guy, we found out, ratted us out for renting the house out. I didn't know the ordinance. He ratted us out to the township, and I said it in earshot just to make sure he heard me. Like, he won. We're selling. Like, we're out. Like, we're not renting it. We're selling. And he did that. So that happened.
Well,
actually happened.
What did the police do? Because obviously you can't discharge a firearm like that. I mean, what were there ramifications for him?
No. So I tried to dig in a little bit more. I've got some friends that are like deputies in the area, and they couldn't dig into actually what happened after the fact. But he got charged with 2 misdemeanors and a felony. So shooting a firearm within so many feet of your house in Highlands, a misdemeanor. There was one other, destruction of personal property over $1,000. But then the felony was shooting an aircraft out of the sky.
Wow.
Because it's
Yeah.
Wow.
No
Crazy
kidding,
guy.
Jeff.
One of
That's
my best friend's the realtor, and he's like, he's one of the team leaders at a real estate group. He's like, I've done 60,000 listings, and this is the craziest thing that has ever happened, and probably ever will.
I got to imagine. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's kind of a great shot.
That's your takeaway.
Well, I mean, it's if it's stationary, it's not. But if it's moving around. Yeah.
And landed right in the fire pit.
All right. How about what are the odds? We got more stories. John, you're next up on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, about 5 or 6 years ago, I was a elementary principal in the area, and it was about 1 or 2 minutes right before dismissal, and I was told I immediately had to get out in front of the building outside the front doors, and by the time I had got out there, it was dismissal, and about 30 or 40 feet right above the front door of the building was a drone. So now you got a couple of hundred kids, elementary kids, walking out the front of the building.
Right.
This drone is right there. The parents are going nuts. Of course, the kids are starting to grab stuff out of their backpacks and trying to throw stuff at it and doing all this and that. And we finally get all the kids out of the building. The thing ends up disappearing. I immediately walk in. I call the superintendent and said, what in the world is this? What do we do? I don't have any idea. She says, I don't know. We got to call the police. I call the police. The police come. We all kind of look at each other, and none of us knew what to do. We didn't know if there was a law that was broken or what. Nobody had any idea of what to do or what to say or anything, and we just kind of went with, it's just kind of creepy. Like we didn't know if it broke the law or didn't break the law, but it's definitely the creep factor. And we had a meeting about it with we had follow-up meetings, and nothing came of it because there was no really laws that were broken.
Well, at the time, yeah. I mean, all the laws are trying to catch up to it.
Right. And I mean, what do you do? Like we had no idea of what to do. So it just kind of went away, and we moved on with our day, with our school.
Well, and kind of the same situation that I was in. So that's creepy because you don't know, is there some wacko that's scouting out,
right?
Like the way the kids exit the school and the process and all that stuff. And like, it was for me, like, I didn't know if there was, like, are there laws against having a drone like that at a certain height hovering over a neighborhood? Like, it seems like to me there would be,
especially in John's
invasion
case,
of privacy
with kids, children, school zones. You would think there. And again, you got to keep up with this stuff, catch up to
John
this
the
stuff.
caller.
Yes, John the caller.
Yes.
A couple quick ticket texts. This one says drone racing is very impressive. I've watched the races.
Oh, okay.
Someone brought that up earlier. This one says the local authorities were just investigating someone new to the area that has 38 propane tanks. Make sure it's on the up and up. John, that was just me practicing in the park for the Michigan State and Ohio State games, signed Connor S. We're talking about him and the latest with Michigan. I know there's a latest and everybody's kind of nauseated by it, but there is a latest with Michigan fighting the NCAA. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's get to Heather's news.
Okay, so there is a Detroit woman that is suing Lyft after she says her driver denied her a ride due to her weight. So according to the woman and a video that she actually posted on social media, she paid Lyft for a ride. She was going from her house to her cousin's house. About 10, 15 minutes later, driver shows up. He's got this Mercedes sedan. She walks towards the vehicle, and then the Lyft driver locked the doors so she couldn't get in and starts to drive away. She was able to ask this guy, hey, dude, where are you going? Like, give me a ride. And the driver told her that she was too big to get into his car, claimed that she wouldn't fit, said that his tires could not support her weight. It said, hey, I've dealt with this before, and says overweight people need to order Lyft XLs. And now she's suing.
I'm a little speechless. I mean, how big is she to? Because I don't believe this, right? Like, you could put 2 or 3 passengers in that car and be fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can, like, we talked about safes yesterday.
Right.
Okay. Like, we have a very large safe at our house as well that is very, very, very heavy. And guess what? It still fits in the car. Like,
The safe?
Yeah. Like, yes. I mean, the safe fits, and is it because I think she would fit in the car? I think he's just saying that she's too heavy for the tires.
My point is,
if
2 or 3 people were in the car, the tires would be fine, right? So one bigger, even if she is a bigger person, I can't imagine the tires are going to give out.
Well, I mean, I've had it before a couple of years ago where I'm standing there with some of my buddies, and the Uber shows up, and he's like, "Oh, hell no!"
Because of you?
Well, because me and some
friends.
of my and I mean, I'm okay.
You could sue, John.
Yeah, well.
It's discrimination.
Is it discrimination though? Is weight a protected class?
I mean, I think it's discrimination.
Well, I know, like, you can't.
I mean, if
for like
she
race
literally
or religion,
couldn't fit, then he can't give her a ride.
Yeah, I mean, as an Uber or Lyft driver, you can decline rides, kind of at will.
But before
right?
you take the money.
Well, I think she get refunded, right?
Yeah.
I never use Lyft. I never use rideshare, so I don't really know how it works. I mean, I have, not here. I mean, I've used it in other cities, but I haven't been to another city in a very
Long time.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a long time.
Kids will do that to you.
Yeah, I know. Lafayette Coney Island is firing back at American Coney Island. In a late Monday night social media post, Lafayette said that we wanted to put on the record that we have been diligent at taking care of things, and we have our amazing Orkin team who inspects and services our place weekly. They also posted like a pest control report from Orkin that said no evidence found of any infestation. That was from January 22nd. So, I mean, they're trying to prove that, hey, we are taking care of our place. We do have it checked regularly. And they said, hey, if they would have found something, we would have proceeded properly. Yeah. They said, you know what? Yes, Detroit does have a rat problem. And they said the city needs to be helping businesses to keep the rats out of places as well. And then also took a shot right back at American Coney Island. Never said the owner's name after she had that big press conference at her place, but definitely made it known that they were talking about her. Said, you know what? Our go-to is never bashing or putting down other businesses. They're not that desperate. So just made it known. We saw you. What?
And the very end, the very last two lines.
Oh, yeah.
But who can say the rats aren't coming from them to our side? We might need to interview one of the rats just to make sure.
Yep.
Clearly some barbs going back and forth.
Exactly.
Sure. Yes.
A pair of Saturday Night Live's most famous alums are headed right here to Detroit. Tina Fey and Amy Poehler are bringing their comedy tour, Restless Leg Tour, to the Fox Theater on April 4th. Tickets go on sale 10 a.m. on Friday. Ticketmaster, if you want to get some. It says fans will see them celebrate 31 years of friendships through an evening of jokes and conversation. So should be a good time. I can only imagine. I like the two of them. I've got it's not a great story, but I do have a great story I'm going to share with you next.
Oh, okay.
A great story that's not a great story. It is a great story, but it's a
noteworthy story.
Yes, that's better. That's a better word.
I got your back. Let's get to Stay or Go, Lions Free Agent Edition next, 97.1. You can listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. Happy Wednesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We are officially into the Lions offseason. And before we get to players they may draft down the line or free agents they may target, it starts in-house. How about a little stay or go free agent edition? Tom's got names.
All right, I think the first one's the biggie. Carlton Davis.
Should he stay or should he go? I say stay. Now, it's going to depend. Does he want like a 3 or a 4 year deal? That's where it gets dicey, but he's everything they could have wanted and more. Mm-hmm. Man coverage, veteran, and he played very well. He's a Super Bowl champion. To me, that's a stay.
I think it's a stay as well. And, part of it, if you're going to bring back or promote somebody within as defensive coordinator, why are you doing that? It's consistency. It's terminology. You have a guy that has played in this system that Kelvin Shepard is familiar with, knows his skill set. Why bring in somebody else to do a similar job? Now, if you're going to try and majorly upgrade, you're going to have to go out and spend a whole bunch of money. And it will come down, and a lot of these guys kind of come down to what are you willing to spend and what's the term going to be. But I think for Carlton Davis, he proved his value. And I think this is a guy that you definitely want to bring back.
You want someone you trust if you're going to play man. You got to put him on an island, and he'll come up in the run game. He's a perfect fit.
Yeah.
No more than 2 years, though. No way. No way.
I might go 3.
I think you start
3 if
getting
it's really only 2, though. I mean, you can get kind of fuzzy with it. Yeah.
All right. Levi Onwuzurike.
This is a hard no for me. And I know that there was a lot of discussion coming out of training camp. Oh, he's healthy, and look at what he could do. He could play all 4 spots. He was still limited in what he was able to do. I didn't like him coming out. 1 year out of the 4 he's been able to play. And he may have played well enough for somebody to pay him, just not the line. It's a very Jonah Jackson-esque, I think, player.
I think Jonah Jackson did more than he did.
Yeah,
there's no question he did more, but you didn't want to sign him for $20 million a year.
Yeah, to me, this is go, and I feel like we had smoke blown up our, he just never delivered.
It flashed for like 1 game, I think. But with him, that's the Brad Holmes admission, by the way. Highest pick, he will not resign. All right, next one, Kevin Zeitler.
Stay. He was super productive last year. The offensive line's the engine, and I want to have depth. Maybe Mahogany displaces Glasgow, and Glasgow becomes a flex player who can play center or guard. But I like depth. I like productive players. I'd keep Zeitler.
It's going to come down to money, and it's going to come down to amount of years. Now, he was on a 1 year deal. Was it a 1 year prove-it deal? If you prove it, we're going to give you a 2 year deal. I don't know that I want to go 2 years because he did miss time. So this one is
you could say go and replace him.
I think it's if you can get him at the right price and the right length, then yes. But I'm fine with Mahogany stepping in there and addressing backups in a different way.
All right, I think this one's interesting. A little bit of an unsung one with fans. Tim Patrick.
I said go. He was productive, but I don't think he's someone that's bolted down here. I think that's a spot you could actually upgrade to, depending on how the offseason goes.
I agree. I think that we've seen that position, that receiver position, you want to call it 3, 4, whatever you want to call it, is kind of interchangeable. You get a guy that you can rely upon for 1 year, and it works, it helps, but he's had injury issues.
This one's very interesting to me. I think the toughest one on the list, actually. Derek Barnes.
Stay.
I agree. I think he provides great depth. He provides great flexibility. He can play a number of different linebacker positions.
Special teams, too.
Yep. I think he's a guy that is valuable to this team. And I also think he's a guy that has proven his worth, but is not going to – he's not going to command a big contract.
It's not going to break the bank.
No.
All right, the next one, Ife Melifonwu.
No. I think this one's easy. And I know that, coming in at the end of the last couple of years, he's been a nice addition and it's been fun, but you can't, if you can't stay on the field, we can't be counted on for 15 of the 17 games, certainly not 17 games, then no.
I had him as a stay, but these are fringe guys, right? I think he has a role, third safety. It's just a shame he wasn't healthy at the large portion of this season.
Is that the first one you guys disagreed on?
Yeah, I think so.
No, Zeitler. I was fine with
I was
letting him
stay,
go.
he was go. Yeah.
Okay. Marcus Davenport.
Go.
Go.
It was on the list. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, if you could ever get the most out of him, then yeah, and it was a good gamble. But he's a China doll. He just gets hurt.
And that's a spot I want him to upgrade, by the way, too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just feel comfortable rolling it back with him.
I said that unsung fan favorite kind of Tim Patrick this year a little bit, but this is the true fan favorite, Dan Skipper.
To me, this one is a stay. And I don't care about the whole fan favorite. This is a guy that when he came in, the first time he came in to play left tackle when Decker was down, I thought, oh, no. And it was not good. But the next time, he was serviceable. I think he's a swing tackle that can be a backup on either side. We've seen what he can do as an extra offensive lineman. I think he provides really good value.
He is an amazing locker room guy. His story is the stuff we all love. I want to see them upgrade the third tackle spot. I don't know how long Decker is going to be as productive as he's been. I'd like to invest in a swing tackle, so I would let Skipper go.
All right, next one, Khalil Dorsey.
Go.
Yeah, this is a guy that he can come in and play a very limited role. And the term I have down here and for the next guy is upgradeable. Could certainly upgrade him, and it's not going to cost you a lot.
Yeah, and this next one, there's an acronym now, ABV, and it's anybody but Vildor. I think that's what fans want. I think that's what we want. Just, you know what? You've got to have a depth guy. So Kendall Vildor, do you want him back?
Again, upgradable. I'm jumping ahead in the line here, but I mentioned both guys. Upgradable. I think he gets a bad rap for the ball going off his face mask in the NFC Championship game. He did play at times as a serviceable corner or nickel corner, but again, you're not going to have to pay much to upgrade.
PFF graded him out as 114th out of 118 players at his position. It's not just us that don't like him. You can go.
All right, the next one, I'm going to butcher this maybe, but Al-Quadin Mohammed.
Oh, good job.
I think that's good. He had a couple moments this year. I'd keep him.
Yeah.
Stay.
You're talking about some depth guys here that I think do provide good depth, and he can come in and give a guy a breather for a couple of plays. You can rotate him in, and I think he's a guy, when you start talking about having to pay him, you're paying him for, 10 to 12 plays per game, max? And so that's how you've got to value him. But he can come in those 10 to 12 plays, you're not going to get a huge drop-off.
Last one, Teddy Bridgewater.
This is interesting. And I think that this opens up the rabbit hole to go down for Hendon Hooker, the QB2, and what happens if Goff gets hurt. I don't even want to talk about if Goff gets hurt, but I think you bring him back because I don't think Hendon Hooker is developing into the guy that they thought he would be. And Bridgewater's not old. Like, I know he stepped away, but what is he, 32? He is a guy that could still be serviceable like he was in that game.
I think it's a lower ceiling with him as the backup, right?
It's a lower ceiling, but this is
Higher
some of the stuff that I hate during the draft. Lower ceiling, but higher floor. He's a guy
safe.
that is he's safe. That's a great way to put it. I think he's safe.
What's going on with Brunell? Is he staying?
I don't think we know yet.
So he could be Bridgewater could be the quarterback coach.
Very well could be.
I was going to say that. He's already been into coaching, and I think that's the direction he wants to go. I think you still have to give Hendon Hooker a shot to be the backup quarterback. This was a go for me, but he could stay on the coaching staff.
Can I throw something else at you? And you didn't get to prepare, so it's a little unfair.
That's fine.
Who on this roster is most likely going to be the most surprising departure? And it can be on this list, or it could be somebody else.
Like a cut candidate, you're saying?
Yeah, just... Sorry. I shouldn't have done that to you. Yeah, I will not hold this to you.
Oh, boy. I'm trying to look at this. I think...
All right, you don't have to answer.
Zadarius?
Maybe.
There's a roster bonus. They may have to rework that. They may just want to pivot somewhere else. I don't know. I don't. You're not holding me to it, but there's a name that's out of left field that maybe could surprise people if he wasn't back. Zeitler would be the other one, but I don't know how surprising it is given he's getting older. And even Holmes kind of, in his press conference, Brad Holmes acknowledged, hey, as you get older, there are some considerations there.
I think the big surprise might be Derek Barnes. I think there is somebody out there that might decide that he is worth more than the Lions are willing to pay him.
Could see that. At Stay or Go, Lions free agents, 97.1. Michigan's fight with the NCAA drags on. We'll have an update in the 7 o'clock hour. Michigan will fight those allegations made by the NCAA in the Connor Stallion saga. I'm sure everybody's excited to rehash that story, but there is new information. So 7:35, we will get into all of that. Mm-hmm. John, the Pistons have a decision to make a week from tomorrow. Are they buyers? Are they sellers? Do they stand pat? Pistons have surprised people this year, fighting up to a 6 seed at one point. They're in the thick of the playoffs in terms of like seeding. What do you think they're going to do here?
I think this is a great opportunity honestly, they can't really go wrong. They have positioned themselves in such a great way. If they say, you know what, hey, we had a plan coming into the season, and even though we've played better, and I'm making this up. I don't know that this was their plan, but hey, we want to get these guys. We're going to get Beasley on a 1-year deal. We're going to get these guys that if we can play well enough to be a fringe playoff team, the 10 spot of the play-in tournament, or we're going to be just outside, we can sell these guys off. We could take on other contracts. We could continue to position ourselves for next year or 2 years down the road. Things change. And they're in a position where they could actually be top 6 and not in the play-in tournament, but actually have a playoff position. And now all of a sudden, I don't know that they go out and they don't have that all-in move, that all-in mentality, because even though they be a playoff team, I don't think they're a NBA championship or even conference finals team. But they could use this opportunity to not only improve themselves this year, but improve themselves for the next couple of years. If they're able to acquire someone that's not going to break the bank, they're still going to have plenty of money to spend in the offseason.
Yeah, just so we're all clear on where the Pistons are at. Currently the 8th seed right now, but this is much better than we anticipated. I thought the belief was you could flip Beasley and Hardaway and even Tobias, depending on how well he had played. This was just kind of a signed to be traded kind of deal. Malik Beasley has been super open. He had the quotes about talking to Trajan Langdon and understanding it's a business. If a contender swoops in with an offer too good, they're going to trade him. But I'd like to keep Malik Beasley. Like, that's how much I think things have changed. He is one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA. I think he is one of those people who helps Cade develop into a star by spacing the floor. Malik Beasley is 6th in the NBA in three-pointers made per game. And of the guys who make more than him, only one makes them at a higher clip. Like, he's a 40% three-point shooter. He has helped Cade space the floor. It's an investment in Cade as much as it is in winning right now. I'd absolutely like to keep him, I'd like to bolt him down, I'd like to extend him. You can't do it in season, but I'd like to have him.
I agree, but you can have all those conversations now, and it feels like those conversations are going. It sounds like those conversations are going on because Malik Beasley was quoted as, me and Trajan been talking a lot. All right. Okay. That's great. And here's what I love about it is, one, it sounds like he likes it here. He's found a team, and whether it's teammates, it's a coaching staff that he feels comfortable with. He's obviously having success, and it sounds like he would like to stay. But you've got to be completely honest with guys. And it's a rare occasion that it happens in professional sports. And if Trajan Langdon is starting his time as general manager with conversations with players and with agents of, we like you here, we know what you've been able to do, we know what you bring, and then follow that with, it's a business. And this is what Malik Beasley had said. He also told me, referring to Trajan Langdon, it's a business. If a championship team comes with a crazy deal, the business is the business. And when you bring up the stats that you just brought up, he is going to be sought after for a team that needs a three-point shooter that is reliable in a championship run. And if they're willing to come with a crazy deal, then the easy answer is you take the crazy deal, because you're not a championship team this year. Unless, I don't even know what type of crazy world that we're living in where we could say, I know it's sports, But in a 7-game series or in a playoff run, I just don't see it as a possibility.
No, the Pistons are most likely going to be eliminated in the first true round of the NBA playoffs, assuming they avoid the play-in or get through the play-in. They're likely to be eliminated in the very first round.
Do you think we get the first postseason victory in a decade?
I mean, yes, that'd be awesome. Especially if they hold at the deadline. Buy, sell, or hold. If they hold, I think it's in play. The buy conversation's fascinating because it's not a conversation I think people were ready for. And, John, they're not going to trade for a true superstar next to Cade. I just don't see that.
No.
Some of this is their first-round pick is still tied up and technically owed to Minnesota. You want to give that up this year because it means you're winning, and two, then you don't have this kind of hanging over your head. So the deals they'd have to make would have to be smaller deals. But they could still buy. I've seen people say, why not C.J. McCollum? Get a true number 2 ball handler for Cade. He's expensive, but it's a 2-year commitment. New Orleans might just want to get out from under that deal, and Detroit can absorb it. And I think even with Ivy back next year, those 3 could form, a decent backcourt where you always have 1 or 2 ball handlers on the floor at a time. There are buy moves. That's kind of the camp I'm in. I'm sick of the selling. I want to see them either hold or slight buy to fight for the 6, and more than fight for the 6, fight to improve, fight to provide a foundation. You're hitting Cade with a max. He's on the ascent. It's time to start putting really good basketball players around him, not jettisoning them out. If someone offers you, I don't know, what's a Godfather offer? If someone's offered me a late first for Beasley, I'm not exactly dying to do that.
That's not a crazy deal.
So I'm keeping him unless someone's offering me like a lottery first, and no one's doing that. So I'm keeping Malik Beasley.
Well, and every sport has its uniqueness. And when you're talking about the fact that you can't extend Beasley before the season's over. So when the season is over, you're quote unquote going to be in a bidding war with everybody else that might want his services. On the flip side, you can have a lot of those conversations right now. You might not be able to ink a deal, but you can have some of those conversations. You just don't want to have an asset that at the end of the year, somebody just offers more, he walks, and then you're left with nothing.
So, all right, we don't spend a ton of time on the Pistons, but they have exceeded expectations. They've earned this conversation. Buy, sell, or hold. Trade deadline is a week from tomorrow. What do you guys want the Pistons to do? What do you expect Trajan Langdon to do? His chance to put his stamp on this team and this franchise. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. 13 straight wins now for Michigan State after the Spartans beat Minnesota 73-51 at the Breslin Center last night. Michigan State's not won 13 straight games since the 2018-19 season. Coincidentally, the last time the Spartans made the Final Four. So what's to thank for that success, forward Jackson Kohler? Michigan State's now 18-2, tops in the Big Ten at 9-0. Spartans next in action at USC Saturday. Pistons look to end their 5-game road trip with a winning record when they take on the Pacers tonight in Indy. Detroit enters this one 23-23, 8th in the East, but only 3.5 games out of 4th, which is the Bucks. Tip off at 7, 6:35 pregame with Jeremy Otto right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Nothing better to break the winter blues than talking baseball. Tigers pitchers and catchers reports exactly 2 weeks from tomorrow. That first full squad workout in Lakeland, February 18th. Detroit's roster, though, could see a lot of change between now and then. That top rumor remains. The Tigers still in on former Astros third baseman Alex Bregman. On last night's edition of Tiger Talk right here on 97.1, Dan Dickerson assessed their chances of landing him. The Tigers are also in on the top relievers available, most recently trying to trade for Astros setup man Ryan Presley before he was dealt to the Cubs. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Decisions. The Pistons are suddenly a decent basketball team. And somebody would say good basketball team. They're currently in the playoffs. Nobody expected this. So now what? What was obvious before the season, they'd be sellers at the deadline. Now are they buyers? Or do they just kind of hold serve and just try to see where this goes? Which camp are you in? 248-539-9797. I do think a lot of it centers around Malik Beasley. He is the guy to judge this on. He's an expiring contract. He's a good shooter. He's attractive for contenders, but he's also attractive to the Pistons. Yeah. He likes it here. I think he's helped Cade by spacing the floor. I think investing in Malik is investing in Cade, is investing in the future. It's more than just, hey, get in the playoffs and get eliminated. What was the point? It's get in the playoffs, set the foundation, and that's the launching pad. I'm open to extending Malik Beasley. Who else are they paying on this team right now?
Well, nobody. And,
it's Cade and nobody.
Right. And so you mentioned you got that $14 million in cap. There's an $8 million buffer that they're able to, in terms of an exception if they want to take a trade.
Yep.
Like going into the season, they were going to be that third team where people were going to dump salary, they were going to facilitate, and they were going to be able to pick up draft picks. Draft picks in the NBA, unless you're talking about getting one that's a top 5, in the lottery, that where you're just going to have more balls in the hopper than anybody else, and you got good odds.
Yeah,
I don't know how much value there is of taking on other people's trash.
Yeah, if a contender, like a championship contender, says, we'll give you our first.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm getting picked 28,
right,
29, 30. Great. I'm not trading Malik Beasley for a late first. And when it comes to seconds, the Pistons have been collecting these things. They have 11 second-round picks in the next, I think, 7 drafts. They're sitting on these little trinkets. I would try to cash in a couple of those in a slight upgrade. So I'll give you a mock trade I've seen out there, and it was DetroitBadBoys.com. They're a Pistons SB Nation blog. They said C.J. McCollum for Tim Hardaway Jr., Simone Fontecchio, and a second. I'd make it 2 seconds. I just think New Orleans is a bad team with a bloated contract. McCollum has this year and next year. He gives the Pistons help for Cade in terms of distributing the ball. Yeah. He's a good shooter, can play without the ball. It's a 2-year commitment. It's not a 5-year commitment where you start to really screw up your salary. Those are the type of moves I'd be looking at. I'd be keeping Beasley, and I'd be saying, do you want 1 or 2 vets in a couple seconds, and we'll just try to upgrade by 5% here, 10% there? Because you're not going out and making the splash, the true running mate for Cade Cunningham this year at the deadline.
Right. And so I like the fact that, and I think Trajan Langdon will probably be of this mindset as well, knowing that they're ahead of where they were in the rebuild. Mm-hmm. Don't ruin things long term. You're looking for 1-2 year commitments where you can make yourself a little bit better. You mentioned that 5 or 10%. I think that's huge at this time right now, and it doesn't prevent you from doing anything this offseason or next offseason. Like you've got to have the short term in mind of, okay, we could be a playoff team. We could teach and learn what it's like to get in there. And we talked about it with the Lions. We talked about it with the Tigers.
Red Wings.
Young players, you've got to be able to learn how to get in and what it feels like, and learn some of those tough lessons early on, so that when you when you start adding things later and your expectation is to be a top 6 team and you're in the playoffs, you could do some damage when you get in.
Yeah, I've made the case for the Red Wings. There was a time where they were just getting in to extend the streak, and it was kind of delaying the rebuild. It's different now. The Wings need to get in to get Raymond and Sider and these young players a taste, and to make Detroit even more attractive to free agents. And I think we'll see that with the Lions, who have taken the step and are now attractive to free agents. How beneficial is it for Cade to get in the playoffs where the intensity is going to be tripled, quadrupled? He'll get tested. He'll have a really ugly game, maybe 2 or 3 ugly games. He'll get humbled a bit, right? And that's part of the natural progression of a young player in the NBA.
But there's also that opportunity where he has 1 or 2 of those games where he just goes off.
Light bulbs on. He scores 45. It's a triple-double. And then all of a sudden you go, wait, the Pistons aren't some laughingstock joke. They've got Cade, who's played in the playoffs. They've got cap space. They've got their first-round picks moving forward after they give it up this year. That would be a great foundation for this team. So I am in team buy, not reckless. They can't even trade their own first right now.
But I'm hold
with the option for a slight buy.
Yes.
Bargain shopping. I don't want to sell.
Upgrading.
Yeah, upgrading. I don't want to sell.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I don't want to be a team that sells anymore because they don't have to. Like they've gotten to this point way faster than we thought. And I mean, what was it that we thought coming in that this team was going to be, right? Last
25
year,
wins.
Yeah, or doubling what they did last year, 14 to 28.
Yeah.
All right. And now, okay, they still have to get there, but I think that's kind of a foregone conclusion that they're going to be that team that is just, hey, their rebuild. Now that it appears there's some competency in the front office and on the bench in terms of the coaches, that this is a team that can accelerate things.
Texter says they're not going to acquire the top player available like a De'Aaron Fox, but why can't they add a CJ McCollum and push for the 4 or 5 seed? I think that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And De'Aaron Fox is a ball-dominant point guard, so even if that was in the cards, it doesn't fit with Cade. Texter says they're winning without Ivy. I like Ivy, but I'm keeping Beasley and trading Ivy and picks to bring in another star/superstar and depth guys to complement Cade.
You know, I've heard that, and maybe I just don't understand the NBA enough, or because there's a lot of weird things about the NBA, the trades, the way that you manage salaries. I'm not sure how much if you're going to get the value that you might be able to get for Ivy in the offseason when he's healthy versus trading him now when he's out for the year.
Texter says, can we trade the Pistons to Las Vegas for Max Crosby? I'd do that deal in a heartbeat. Look, I know there's a portion of you that go, really, Pistons talk? Yeah, this is what happens when football season's done and your basketball team's relevant.
That's the thing. And there's so many new experiences that the Detroit sports fans are having right now where you've got a hockey team that since the coaching change was made, they're really good. You know, what, 11-3-1? Like, they are playing good hockey, winning hockey. And I expect that to continue. Maybe not at that clip, but I expect that to continue. I mean, how weird has it been in the last couple of years to talk about the Lions and the fact that they are, you know, 2-time defending division champs. They had a 1 seed, okay, early exit, but they're a team that we talk about with expectations of being in the Super Bowl. Now we're talking about the Pistons that are a competent team and front office, and they're winning, not at an amazing clip. They're 500, but that's so out of the norm of what we've known over the last decade.
So I really am tempted to put that question on Twitter.
What?
Would you trade the Pistons for Max Crosby? I actually think there's a decent percentage of people that would do it.
Oh, there's no question.
I think there are quite a few people who would do it.
Do you think 25% plus? Do you give up your franchise?
For Max Crosby? Oh, I think you'd be shocked. It would be more than 25%.
It works because the NBA needs to be in Vegas, right? Isn't that still a head scratcher why they're not in Vegas?
It'll happen eventually. Yeah. No, but I mean, if you want to get, I mean, Lions fans, we're all very, very excited about where this is going, and Crosby feels like a move that cements you to win a Super Bowl. I think there's people who'd like stop just shy of giving up their firstborn to win a Super Bowl. Of course, they'd give
one nut.
You know what I mean? Like, how far are people willing to go?
You only need one, right?
Yeah, I don't need them anymore.
Yes.
Someone did ask why the Pistons owe the Timberwolves their first. This is kind of what you were saying, John, about the NBA being weird and hard to keep track of and rules. So the Pistons, when they drafted Isaiah Thomas, they gave up a future first to the Knicks. But it was a pick that was protected. So it got kind of kicked down the road. And if the Pistons finish well enough this year, that pick would go to the Knicks, but the Knicks traded the rights to that pick, I believe, to the Timberwolves in the Karl Anthony Towns trade. This is stuff that no one really needs to know, but just to help the people out who are confused, why don't the Pistons control their own first-round pick? It's because they drafted Isaiah Stewart years ago.
I was going to say, wow, that one got kicked down the road a long time.
From the 80s to today. 248-539-9797. The question was Pistons, buy, sell, or hold. We are going to get to the latest with Michigan football and the NCAA. Yay, there's more with that story. Michigan will fight allegations made by the NCAA in the Connor Stalions saga. We'll get to it at 7:35. Coming up next, Jerry Jones audio. You want to set this up for people, John?
I saw this yesterday, and so in the car playing the Instagram video, and it goes over the speakers, and my daughters are in the car. And so this is one where Okay, there's just questions as to what the hell is Jerry Jones talking about, and how uncomfortable is this audio if you're sitting there with your teenage daughters?
I don't think he knows what that word means.
Really?
What?
What?
Why else would he use it in the context he used it? We'll get to it next. Jerry Jones being weird.
You know what that? He knows
I
what
know
that
what
means.
you know. Does he?
I don't know. When we come back, we'll ask Heather if she knows.
Heather knows.
I know what it is.
Next.
I know what it means.
Next, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. When you build this relationship, they're going to sit down with you and ask you as many questions so they can build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And they're going to continue to modify that plan as life changes, because every day, every month, every year, it will, and they're with you every step of the way. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
We all start the new year off with resolutions, things you want to do better in 2025. Could be, hey, gonna get to the gym, gonna eat a little better. But don't forget about your teeth. Don't forget about that smile. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist last year or even the year before that, make a plan to come and see them, because if it's been longer and you're feeling self-conscious, they're not going to judge you. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. There's no shame, no judgment. They just want to take care of you. Brightside Dental offers same-day appointments for dental emergencies. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, which means there's one right in your backyard. The newest is in Trenton. New patient special, $35. If you have that dental emergency, same-day appointments, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Okay, so you found this clip on Instagram of Jerry Jones addressing the Cowboys media.
Yeah. And obviously there's been a lot of conversation about the process that they've gone through to hire their new coach. And there wasn't a lot of context with this, but I know in regards to hiring Brian Schottenheimer, who was their offensive coordinator, they promoted after not extending Mike McCarthy, letting his contract expire. They didn't do that until after the bye week. They didn't get a chance to interview any of the coaches that were doing interviews at that time, blah, blah, blah.
It's looked like a total mess. You don't promote the OC who didn't call plays on a 7-win team, an OC who didn't interview for any other job. So people have looked at this and gone, Jerry, you've lost your mind.
Yeah.
What's happened to the Cowboys? And he's been talking a lot, as he always does. And this isn't the first time I've heard him use this word. So I'm not sure if he's using it the way he thinks he's using it.
Well, we'll let our listeners decide. And this was Jerry Jones, again, addressing the media and the thoughts of where his franchise is headed. So, you hear that? So, first of all, a low percentage that is sunshine. All right, so you're thinking the context is, smiles, happy times, good feelings. And then you follow that up with the term glory hole. And you've got to imagine that he is referencing smiles, happy times, and sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, don't Google it if you don't know what it is. But Jerry Jones is...
Oh, no. Use a work computer. Google it.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
I had a lot of trepidation this morning searching on Twitter, Jerry Jones glory hole.
Oh, gosh. Oh, no.
Everything came up clean.
I swear he's used this before, and it feels super crass for him to use without knowing what he's doing.
He has.
Yeah.
Does he think it means something else?
I think so.
He's older.
Either that or he is just totally playing everybody. I would think it's the first. John texted me yesterday. You got to hear this Jerry Jones audio. And I was at Connor's basketball game. Well, I wasn't going to do it there. And so to Greg's point about what to search, I just put in Jerry Jones because I figured, well, if this is making enough rounds, I'll get
it'll be the first thing on the top of
it. Exactly, which it did. Therefore, you didn't have to put that into the search engine. And
so I used the work computer.
Yes.
And the first definition that comes up.
Oh, come on.
It's not what you think, is it?
What does it say?
No, it says
I know.
it's an untidy storage place, especially a room or cupboard.
I also did this on my phone.
Right. The Google search now is completely ruined on your phone.
That's all right. This isn't my work computer.
Yes. The algorithm is going to now include glory hole in your searches.
It won't.
Everything that you search. Anyway, so in that context of what he is using it, so it's not all sunshine or untidy storage place, especially a room or cupboard. So that's not how he's using it.
No, not at all.
So he used the phrase in 2012 when he was speaking about his team. He said, I've been here when it was glory hole days, and I've been here when it wasn't. Having said that, I want me some glory hole.
Oh,
That's a quote attributed to Jerry Jones
yeah.
from the Houston Chronicle. They wrote about this a couple years ago, the 10-year anniversary.
I think he 100% is using it in the context that we think he's using
then
it.
it's even more bizarre,
But
right?
do you think he's just like adding the word whole to he like in the glory days he meant to say?
No.
Is he just kind of throwing an extra word on with the word glory and doesn't really realize?
I don't. So you just going to throw in a random word
I don't
behind
know.
glory?
I mean, he's an old man.
I just didn't know if it meant something different in the 1800s when he grew up. Like, I just don't know if...
I don't believe so. I think that's. I don't know the origination or when that became a thing.
Well, we had a caller call us up, Butch and Brighton, saying that it's a oil term when you strike and you hit.
Yeah, Texas, they're out there and you hit oil.
That's how he got his money, in oil.
You hit oil, yes.
See, I think he doesn't know what he's saying.
Talking about it like an eruption?
Yes, John. I don't think Jerry knows what he's saying. Because the alternative is weird, that he'd be using like porn terms in the press conference.
You think somebody would maybe tell him,
You would
right?
think so, but maybe he's so
not
insulated.
Going to listen to anyone.
Nobody tells Jerry how to do anything.
Right, yes. Nobody puts Jerry in a corner.
Yeah, this one says it's striking oil. He's in the oil game. That's what Jerry is using it to mean. So for anybody listening in their car, that's what it means. It means to strike oil.
Strike oil.
Thanks, guys. My son just asked me what that word means. Were your kids in the car when you played this?
So Ellie has her permit.
Oh, no.
And so she's driving. And there's music playing on my phone, right? We're playing Eric Church. And we're kind of jamming along. And then I see this on Instagram and I click on it. And the audio starts playing underneath the music. So it's playing at the same time. And it all of a sudden, it plays loud enough like we heard. And so I'm sitting there going, oh my gosh, like how am I going to explain this one? And I did kind of the same way I explained it to begin with, like Sunshine. I just said,
it's all happy times and
yeah,
good times.
Did she ask you though? Like, why even explain it? Just let it be. Just let it be.
Yeah, you could see there was that, and I was just caught in that uncomfortable moment where I just said, oh, he says it's not all good times.
Just happy times.
Yeah.
Texter says, someone come get Grandpa and take him back to the assisted living home, Scott and Carlton.
That's about what it feels like.
I
right?
could see Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft hanging out together. Signed Roy on the ticket text. Alrighty then. Heather, I'm so sorry to do this to you.
Oh gosh, it's news time? Oh, awesome. On other topics, 2 teens were arrested after allegedly hitting a man on a bike in Monroe last week. Police say there was a 21-year-old man on his bike near an intersection when he was intentionally hit by a vehicle that drove off. Police were able to use some video footage, identified the vehicle, found the 19-year-old driver, arrested them, and also an 18-year-old passenger. They're expected to be charged with felonious assault, and police say it's believed that road rage may have led to the incident. Yikes. A Detroit woman and rapper is suing Lyft after her driver canceled her ride because of her weight. So according to this lawsuit, she ordered the Lyft, and when her driver pulled up in this Mercedes sedan, he then locked the doors and started to drive away. She was filming all of this, so there's video evidence. The driver allegedly told her that she was too big to get into his car, and at one point said that his tires could not support her weight. She then told the driver, hey, I can fit in your car, but the driver said nope and said, you know what, this has happened before. Overweight people should order larger vehicles. Her lawyer says that refusing someone transportation due to their weight is no different than refusing somebody transportation based on race or religion.
TMZ has said that in Michigan, civil rights laws do bar discrimination based on weight. So I'm sure that's part of this.
Yep.
She's filming it.
She is.
Was she looking to create this situation? Is it fair to ask that question?
I mean, you can ask it, I guess, but nowadays people film everything. Yeah. I mean, literally people are filming their...
You film getting into an Uber or a Lyft?
Maybe she was doing a video. She was going to her cousin's house for a party. Maybe she was doing a little like pre-party. I don't know, John. I have no idea, John.
Does she dance like you were dancing there in the
probably?
In the seat?
Yeah, just like me.
She is a rapper.
Yeah.
Was this live or did she choose to post this? Because when you claim that this caused you humiliation and distress, Did you post this to
Maybe she's just posting it as evidence. Like,
Okay.
hey, like I'm not making up the story. Here's what went down. I am embarrassed by this, but I want people to know the truth.
I think the
maybe?
guy's excuse about the tires is lame. I totally think your tires can handle 600 pounds. You could have 3 200-pound guys in the backseat of your car, and your tires would be fine. It's just a weird story.
It is. It's a weird story, but it has circulated all over. Season 29 of The Bachelor aired on Monday night. Brand new season. And this year's cast of women features someone from right here in Metro Detroit. 29-year-old Parisa from Birmingham is on the show. She's a pediatric behavior analyst, and she is vying for Bachelor Grant Ellis's heart. And she's off to a good start because she wasn't eliminated Monday night. 7 women went home, but she
is that
stuck
the
around.
first night?
Yeah, it's the first night. She stuck around, so she'll be back next week.
Do you still watch?
I don't.
Yeah.
I did. I used to watch all the time. And it was more of it could be on in the background kind of thing. Like, it's a show you don't have to pay that much attention to. It's lost my interest over not only The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise, Bachelor Games, the
old timers.
It's just, you know what? I liked The Golden Bachelor.
Yeah.
Because they had such great little stories, and most of them had lost the love of their life already, and they just wanted love for the remaining years. And I liked
Didn't
that
want to die alone.
Yeah. But no, it's lost me. Now, speaking of The Bachelor, Papa John's gave away free pizza to fans. And they did this. They were giving away this free pizza to anyone with the same name as the First Impression Rose recipient. So they called it the First Impression Pizza. So if you watch the show, you know that the Bachelor or Bachelorette always gets can give away the First Impression Rose to somebody that made a great first impression that they'd like to date more. The thing with this is how it worked is that you didn't need to go and buy the pizza on Monday night, right? You have to be a Papa John's reward member.
Oh, yeah.
And
you have to have all your information in the app.
Yes, and they give you the money directly to your app. So $15 if you have the first name. Now, the thing is it has to be spelled the same as well,
really?
which is where I'm guessing they probably didn't give away a ton of pizza. So the winner of the First Impression Rose was Alex.
Oh, great. Super popular.
Alexe.
What? Oh, I guess that's an alternate spelling.
Everybody's got to be unique.
So
Everyone is unique.
nothing wrong with the spelling,
No.
but I'm just saying that it is a unique spelling. So
But all the people named Alex, Alex, are not eligible to win this free
no,
pizza.
not at all.
Bummer for Alex's.
Yeah. Finally, listen to this, you guys. There's a spectator at a high school track meet in Colorado.
It's bizarre.
This is wild. And he was killed in a freak accident by a competitor. Okay. Guy, 57 years old, Wade Langston. He was at this meet to watch his son when a competitor in the hammer throwing event lost control of this massive weight. It's not actually a hammer. It's like
It's
a weight
steel
on
ball with a chain. Yeah.
And lost control of this weight. The weight flew over a safety net and hit this guy in the bleachers.
Yeah.
Right? He was pronounced dead at the scene right there. Witnesses say that he was actually trying to protect his wife and son when this weight struck.
It's an awful story.
Oh my gosh.
So if you've ever seen one, like they're heavy, right? And it's not like you could just catch it out of the air.
Well, no, and it's flying at a high rate of speed.
Right. And so he dives in front of his wife and child and then ends up losing it. And he was pronounced dead on the scene.
Was he hit in the head, I'm guessing?
Somewhere there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's awful, but also wild. What a story.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Michigan is going to fight those allegations made by the NCAA. Their response, we'll tell you about it next, 97.1.
Hey, are you looking to get stronger? This is your year, and the place is Planet Fitness. You can get in for $1 down, $15 a month. And when you think about the value that you get, it's unbelievable for only $1 down and $15 a month that you get a chance to go to a place that is clean every single time. They're always upgrading their equipment. A great variety. If you like cable machines, they've got it. You got free weights, they've got it. You like cardio, they've got all of it. And if you go there and you like what you're doing, you want to upgrade because you want to have access to the Black Card Spa, or you just want to take somebody with you, unlimited guest privileges with the Black Card membership. You also have access to every single location, 2,600 clubs nationwide, 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. So there's one wherever you're going. And you get a chance to have, at every single level, knowledgeable trainers. So there's free fitness training, whether it's the base membership or it's the Black Card membership. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness. They also want you to know that if you're 18 years or older, you can enroll at any time. 13 to 17 years old, got to take mom and dad or a guardian with you. Hours, amenities, and offers vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information.
So I saw this come out yesterday, right around dinner time. And I thought, Oh, boy. We're going to have to keep talking about this. John, I don't know if you feel the same way. But we've got an update in the Michigan versus the NCAA Connor Stallions saga. This from Yahoo. They cite a 137-page document that makes it clear Michigan will not enter into a negotiated resolution with the NCAA over the alleged wrongdoing. A hearing before the Committee of Infractions is likely to happen in the coming weeks, and it could be a lengthy fight similar to that of Tennessee, which they waged with the NCAA over recruiting violations. Eventually, the Vols avoided the dreaded postseason ban and instead suffered financial penalties as well as recruiting and scholarship reductions. What is your reaction to Michigan fighting this?
Well, it's interesting, too, because of the new world that we're going to be in. If the goal is to have a penalty similar to, because I think we all believe that there's going to be some type of penalty, right? Mm-hmm. I mean that's kind of the
even
understanding.
Michigan acknowledges. I think they're fighting how bad it was, which to me is silly. Like,
well, they're not necessarily fighting how bad it was. They're fighting that they don't want to have a postseason ban. Basically, is how I take this. And if you enter into negotiations, which I don't know why you wouldn't enter into negotiations, you don't have to agree. Mm-hmm. If you don't end up agreeing on the penalty, that you can go the length of the process, and that they don't want to have that postseason ban. They would rather have recruiting limitations or cash considerations, because the fact that you're going up to basically 105 scholarships moving forward, that's where this is going. So if you are fully funding in this new era of revenue share, 105 scholarships, because that's what's the roster limit, and you can have as many scholarships as you want. I mean, they got 85 now, so if they lose 15 scholarships, okay, yeah, you don't have as many as everybody else, but you got more than you have now.
Yeah, the penalty is not what it used to be.
Right, and so I do think that they're going to fight it tooth and nail, because some of it's the reputation that's kind of sailed.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah. But in terms of what the ultimate penalty will be, will somewhat determine, their ability to salvage some of that reputation.
And look, we'll go through all this because some of you may not have read it. I don't have 137 pages, but Yahoo has a long article kind of detailing where we're at right now. I thought one thing that was interesting is the tipster came from inside Michigan's own program, anonymous tipster. So not Ryan Day's brother or some weird conspiracy theory. This was someone with knowledge, tipped off the NCAA. And there's no disputing that Michigan benefited from Stallion's in-person scouting scheme. To what degree, I assume, is up for debate, but there's no doubt that Stallion's communicated with coaches about signs he obtained, and he obtained those against NCAA rules.
Right, and so then it becomes a bit of a semantics. Did they how did they get that? How did Connor Stallions get that information?
And some of it was allowed, and some of it appears to have not been.
Right, but did the coaches know
how he obtained it?
Yeah.
As of right now, there's no proof of it, but failure to monitor is the big thing here.
Right.
There are 6 level 1 violations referenced by the NCAA. That's a lot. That's the highest. Level 1 is the most punitive. And a lot of that has to do with Harbaugh not cooperating, but also a failure to monitor. And when you have multiple coaches aware, Hart and Partridge by name, yet compliance was not involved, I think that fits the definition of failure to monitor. And given that Michigan was already on probation for recruiting violations during the COVID dead period, I don't see that they have much to stand on. And instead, the defense is, well, they're more of level 2s, and it wasn't that bad. It was what it was. You just kind of have to own it.
Well, yes, but they're going to argue that it should be level 2s versus level 1s because the penalty is much different.
Then cooperate.
Well, they supplied the quote-unquote text messages.
Sharon has been more forthcoming than Harbaugh. I mean, that's not saying much. Harbaugh's a completely different level of stubborn, as we all know.
Yeah. And one of the questions I have, and I asked you this at a break, I don't understand those in the Michigan family, whether it's fans, former players, that because Sharon actually says why he deleted it.
Yeah.
And his quote is, and it wasn't to hide anything, it was just that I was extremely angry of, the type of person that would do that to this program and these kids. I don't understand those that are defending Connor Stallions. What he has done to this program. And I hey, coaches, all right, they're adults, they're making their own decisions. I have always said it's what he did to the players and the legacy of those players. And the country, there will always be this black cloud over the 3 Big Ten championships and the national championship. And anybody that wants to defend him, I just don't understand how that is.
Why people still defend him.
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, he has 100%, he broke the rules. And he has done something that has brought shame and discredit to the program. Why would you defend that?
No, and
I'm not talking about the program. Yeah. I'm talking about
fans.
the fans and former players.
Supporters.
Like he is some cult hero. He's not.
Explain. Yeah, that's a great question. We could throw that out there to people among all the other things that are up here. 248-539-9797. Why is he treated like a cult hero from some inside the fan base? I don't understand it because all he has done is put you in a bind here. Even if he was truly acting alone, he still puts you in a bad spot.
Yeah.
But to me, this is not just about whether he acted alone or not. Mike Hart was made aware of his transgressions, and Mike Hart went to Jesse Minter, per this Yahoo story. But no one went to compliance. Partridge was aware of some of this, and yet compliance wasn't involved. Why not? Is it because you're trying to look the other way? You don't truly want to know how bad it was, so you play dumb and you act dumb, and that's where you get into the failure from the program to monitor, to appropriately suss out what is this crazy nut job doing in our program? Why is he asking our student assistants to go out and do stuff that's against the rules? Shouldn't we be internally checking this? Why only did he leave the program when this came to light? You know, I think these are fair questions, and for Michigan, you just kind of have to eat it. No one's taking your title away. No one's going to Men in Black, erase memories from you with a little pen. You still get to enjoy the title that you had and the Big Ten championships that you had. But the idea that they're going to fight this, it feels silly. Like your coach didn't cooperate in Jim Harbaugh. Sharon eventually provided the text, and I suppose there's plausible deniability, but your staff has not handled this on the up and up as a whole. And that's the issue. When it becomes systemic, that's when the NCAA really does start tacking those violations up and rounding up and going from 2s to 3s and 2s to 1s. You got 6 level 1s. You're going to fight this?
Well, I think they want to fight that it's not level 1, that it's level 2. So, I mean, it's. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities to think that a program would fight going from level 1s to level 2s.
248-539-9797. I'm sure you guys have some thoughts on it. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. So whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100, Ideal U works, and it works fast. You get results. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the prescribed 40 that we're talking about, and I got to eat real whole foods, so I was able to stick with it. I didn't have to have a continued diet of shakes and bars. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every single step of the way. Your coach is there to help you lose weight, and when you lose it, they're going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, I've had other teammates, former teammates, outside of our area go through it, and they have had great success. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start the new year off right, lose weight, and get $200 Visa gift card along with it. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
all had been quiet on the Michigan Connor Stallions NCAA front. The NCAA, we got an update here. Yahoo Sports reporting, Michigan will not enter into a negotiated resolution with the NCAA. They will fight this at the Committee on Infractions. And it's a long story, and we've referenced some of it. We want to know your reaction to it. And, John, you asked the question, why do Michigan fans revere Connor Stallions? He has brought great shame to the program.
I just don't get it. I mean, he, in some circles, has become a cult hero, and we're having these conversations, and it's not going to be the last time because we'll get another report in another couple of months, and who knows how long this goes. But it all goes back to one guy and breaking the rules, doing what he wasn't supposed to do, and bringing shame to the program. I just don't get it. I can't stand the whenever time the name comes up, it instantly brings anger to me.
Texter says Stallions is a celebrity at Michigan tailgates and bars before games. John's right. It makes no sense. Another texter says, guessing John doesn't like Portnoy platforming Connor on the football shows he does. It's a weird, strange flex. Someone says, STFU, John. Stallions is your top recruiter. How do you think you got Underwood? The program is a bunch of cheaters. Take your medicine. Signed, Matt.
And that is exactly why it angers me. Is like there's just all these connections, and it just needs to end.
U of M broke the rules. It's not just Connor. It's not a lone wolf, John. Good try, buddy.
Is that what I said?
That's how it sounded to him.
Okay.
Because this is more than just Stallions in terms of the NCAA's eyes. They don't think Michigan did enough to monitor the transgressions of Stallions. That at best, they were negligent. At worst, this was a deeper scheme. Now, there is not proof directly tying coaching,
right?
Coordinators and head coaches who assigned this work to Stallions, or were aware directly of the scope of Stallions. That's fine. But then at best, you're still guilty of negligence, of failure to monitoring. When multiple assistants are made aware, hey, this guy's calling outside the lines, and compliance isn't involved. When your head coach refuses to cooperate with investigators, what are you hiding? You're already on probation. This is when the NCAA goes, okay, you're trying to make a mockery of this. You're trying to play defense instead of cooperating. You're trying to say it's not that bad. It's only not that bad because you won't actually give us info. You are being defiant, and we are going to come for you with 6 level 1 violations. And now Michigan has the gall to go, what are you talking about? It's not, that's what gets me. Just
I don't think they're saying, what are we talking about? I think they're saying we disagree with the level, and that's what they're going to fight.
It's not that bad is what the defense mounts to.
No,
it's not that bad. It's not level 1 bad. It's level 2 bad. It's not that bad.
Well, sure. And so they're going to fight that just like Tennessee did. It's not like they're the only program that is going to fight, well, we don't want level 1 violations. So if we fight hard enough and strong enough and we lawyer up the best, that's really what this is going to come down to.
It's stupid. It's going to end
who
up in
lawyers
court.
up the most.
Yeah.
And can we get something similar to what Tennessee got?
Which was fines, I think millions.
Yeah.
They have to get the specifics, and scholarship reductions, which you can try to mitigate with NIL. And if you got enough money, you can kind of make the problem go away. I don't know. I guess I just feel like Michigan's thing in all of this is the defiance has got them into trouble more than anything else. If they had just gone, whoa, Stallions is like this manifesto nutjob guy. We broomed his ass out the first time we got a whiff of this. We didn't need him anyway. None of this happens. The defiance is actually what gets them into this hot water to begin with, and their response is to be more defiant. That's how I see it. I know you don't necessarily see it the same way.
Well, and it's not that we have to.
That's fine.
But when you look at through the course of NCAA history, anybody that has just quote unquote taken their medicine versus the teams that fight it, the teams that fight up end up in a better situation, and so why wouldn't you? Like it just makes sense.
Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. Carter in Commerce, you got thoughts? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, morning, guys. This comes from a Michigan State fan, and I actually kind of defend not necessarily Stallions, but the University of Michigan, because I think this is the issue with the NCAA is our ignorance to notice that Ryan Day, we don't think, is doing the same thing. Those schools in the SEC are doing the same thing. I think at the end of the day, this is another example of the NCAA and their failed leadership, because I go back to when I was working in college hoops, right, and you've got that inner workings of communicating with the other staffs to get scouting reports, and so you're getting signs from them and those different things you see where teams have their benches for some home basketball arenas, right? They're not camera facing for this exact reason. I think it's just, at this point, a little bit of ignorance on the NCAA's part from that side of things.
Well, my argument to that, Carter, is you can't just say, well, everyone's doing it. You may have that thought, you may have that opinion, but it's what you can prove. If everyone's doing it, how come they haven't been able to prove that everyone's doing it?
Right. I just think it's more so, and again, I'm not a Michigan homer, so
Sure. No,
I think it just comes from, I think Ryan Day was butthurt that his guy wasn't as good as Stallions, maybe, and the absolute precision that Stallions was. I mean, they killed Michigan State, they killed Ohio State all these years. Sure, from the play on the field as well.
Carter, what does Ryan Day have to do with this?
That's where the whole thing starts from.
No, it started from an internal member of the Michigan program that blew the whistle. That's in this Yahoo story. I know the narrative for a long time has been this like PI, Ryan Day's brother, like mythology. There's nothing to back that up. And in fact, this latest report would indicate that someone from Michigan finally said, you know what, if we're not going to clean up our own house, I got to tell someone at the NCAA. And that's not to defend the NCAA as this bastion or beacon of integrity, but they are the governing body, and they do have to look into things when it becomes apparent.
Here's the other question. Why does Michigan not know who this individual is?
And that's their contention, is that person can't remain anonymous if it's going to be applied in the punishment, like if they're going to use it. So that's where we get into the lawyers and
you got to be able to defend against your accuser.
Yeah, and I think Michigan, from reading this Yahoo piece, says we value anonymity generally, like anonymous sourcing is.
But when it raises this level, you got to know who you're defending yourself against.
Which was one of their contentions. And again, that's where we get into this fight that Michigan is set to have with the NCAA. 248-539-9797. Texter says that NCAA has no teeth. Of course you should fight back. Another one says, tell the NCAA to pound sand. They have no authority over professional athletes. Signed, Phil.
Such a bizarre world that we're living in right now in college athletics.
Texter says, Jim, they're not defiant, they're arrogant. It's not defiance, it's arrogance from Michigan. Friendly reminder, what Tennessee did was 10 times worse. Stallions is treated as a cult hero because he helped bring a natty, and there is zero evidence that he violated any rules.
I don't get that argument.
People are going to go to the ends of the earth to act like nothing went wrong at all. Even Michigan's not saying nothing went wrong. Even Michigan acknowledges that Connor Stallions did some of this above board and some of this was shady and against the rules. Like even Michigan contends that, but you have sycophants that won't even acknowledge that Stallions himself broke the rules. I mean, if you don't want to say Harbaugh instructed him, fine, there's no proof, but they benefited. And if you want to say to what degree, fine, but they did, right? If he's obtaining information against the rules and texting the coaches about it and giving game plans to the coaches about it, even though it's not to their knowledge against the rules, the program still reaps the reward.
I just want to know why Ohio State was held to its lowest point total in the rivalry since 1996 when they didn't cheat.
Well, okay, so they were held to 10 points this year.
10 points.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were held to their lowest point total when Michigan didn't cheat.
More than one thing can be true. Michigan could have been better than Ohio State, and they could have been cheating. Right? Can't both things have been true?
Yes.
And I think both things were true. I mean, clearly they have a Michigan problem over there beyond the sign stealing. I mean, no issue
they
saying
clearly
that.
didn't cheat this year, right? You would think.
Not that we have any knowledge of. No reason
I mean,
to say
last year you could still argue that maybe some of the stuff was beneficial, but they had their lowest offensive output when they didn't cheat.
Yeah. So we've got open lines if you want to weigh in on it. I know there's also a fatigue with this. Like, I know you guys have probably already yelled and screamed about this enough. If you feel passionate about it, if you have a reaction to the latest, we've got the phones and we've got the ticket text. In the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to get into a little bit of the Lions offseason. Step one, are you keeping these guys? Stay or go edition, Lions internal free agents. We also have stories about, restaurants that you might not want to eat in. Get to that as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Pistons take on the Pacers tonight in Indianapolis, looking to end their road trip with a winning record. Detroit's right now 2-2 on this 5-game trip. Wins over the Rockets and Hawks, losses to the Magic and Cavs. The NBA's second leading three-point shooter, Malik Beasley, leads the Pistons bench, and he says they're a big reason for this year's success. Pistons enter this one 23-23, 8th in the East, but only 3 games behind that fourth-place Bucks team. Tip-off from Indy, 7 o'clock, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State makes it 13 straight wins, beating Minnesota 73-51 in East Lansing last night. Michigan State's now 18-2, number 1 in the Big Ten at 9-0. Head coach Tom Izzo had praise for his defense last night. This is the first time the Spartans have won 13 straight since the 2018-19 season, which was the last time Michigan State made the Final Four. Daniel Jeremiah's latest mock draft for NFL.com has got 4 Wolverines going in the top 20. Mason Graham at 4, Colston Loveland at 7, Will Johnson at 12, and Kenneth Grant at 18. And the Red Wings open their 4-game road trip tomorrow night at the Oilers. At the Corby Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just to reset where we're at with Michigan, and the lines are open if you want to talk about the latest. Michigan is not going to cooperate here with the NCAA. They're going to fight with the NCAA. They don't want a negotiated resolution over the Connor Stalions saga. There's a 137-page document, a portion of which Yahoo Sports obtained, and they wrote about. So this is going to go to the hearing, the Committee on Infractions, and this is going to be a lengthy fight that could drag out over some more time. What it boils down to is you got level 1 violations, 6 of them. Michigan doesn't believe some or all are level 1s. And that's going to get into the degree of punishment here. But I think when you have multiple assistants aware of Stalions' transgressions, whether they were ordered or not, and those assistants don't involve compliance, you have a failure to monitor, which is level 1. When you're already on probation and you have a level 1 failure to monitor, I understand why the NCAA is saying, hey, enough of you guys playing defense and not giving us the info here. You may be guilty of even more. We just can't figure out because you're all kind of holed up on this together. Michigan's going to fight it as they've attempted to fight this all along. If you guys have a reaction, 248-539-9797. And John's question has been, why do people treat Stalions like this cult hero when he is at the center of it? That's the thing you can't fight. Yeah. There's evidence there with him. That's at the center of it.
That's just something I don't understand. When somebody does something like that and they bring this type of attention to the program, it's not something that you celebrate.
Yet there he is at tailgates.
It angers me to no end.
Bars before the game. Hey, it's our guy Connor Stalions. Michigan's roster was loaded. They put how many guys in the NFL? They bullied Ohio State before and after Stalions. I feel like you didn't have to, and you did, and it tarnishes it, and it's his fault. And how corrupt everything is, I guess, still open to interpretation, but stuff happened, and I don't get fighting it. All right, we've got more to talk about today besides this Michigan story. We'll get to the Lions. They got free agents to decide, stay or go. We'll get to that at 8:50. At 9:02, the Detroit Star we're not talking enough about, and we'll mix in some Pistons trade deadline. We're 8 days away. John, I'm sure you've seen in the news, we got stories about restaurants with some pretty gross food conditions. Rats, dead flies, and moldy garlic. The Detroit News has a story, and this isn't even related to the Lafayette and American stuff that's been in the news either.
No, and I mean, it's top of mind because of what's going on downtown. And you see these articles all the time about, restaurants that have had infractions, right? They may not be shut down, but there's, reporting on different things that pop up at different restaurants, or maybe going on behind the scenes that maybe consumers want to be aware of.
Level 1 or level 2 infraction.
Yes. Obviously, we've heard about some level 1 infractions going on downtown.
So yeah, the headline was restaurant inspections, dead flies in alcohol bottles, moldy garlic found in Novi. Detroit News with the story. These are only some of the violations found in Oakland County between November and January, according to inspection reports.
And we got to thinking, and we were sharing some stories of different things maybe we've found in food. And I know there are a lot of people that have had some gross things. And obviously the typical one is you find a hair in your food, right? And you take a big bite out of whatever it is that you're enjoying, and then that you're like, what is that? And you start pulling, and it seems
going.
like it never
Doesn't
ends.
end. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. Have you guys ever had anything that you found in your food that just made you gag?
Thankfully, no. The hair is probably the worst of it.
That's what the most common. Yeah, I think everybody. If you go out to eat at all, eventually you're going to find a hair in your food.
Yeah, or if you go to a potluck.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. And don't go to the some of the kids events where people bring
my son
home
helped me
baked
make
goods.
these cookies.
Yeah. Right, yeah. You're looking at the one that's,
yeah.
Oh, you mean the one standing next to you with boogers hanging on his shirt? Yeah. Yeah, not really. I may donate the money, but that's not going to be eaten. When I was in D.C., this has affected me to this day, and it always will. I found a fingernail.
Oh, no.
In the food.
No.
And so now anytime I go to a restaurant, and whether it's the server or if it's a fast food joint and somebody is behind the counter and they've got long finger, like, hey, you can do whatever you want, but there's a reaction that I have. I'm out. I can't eat.
Was
I
it
can't.
like the whole long strip of
Like it was, I don't know. Like somebody was trimming their fingernails and it right over top
right
of
over
the pot of food. Yeah.
Oh.
John, you should be worried about the people with short fingernails.
Right, because they've trimmed them.
Yeah.
And they're in your food. Yeah.
Oh, what about like I'm thinking because I have a Band-Aid. I sliced my finger open this weekend.
Band-Aid.
What about a Band-Aid? Well,
I've never found a Band-Aid in the food.
I haven't either, but I was just thinking like, if you're washing your hands a lot and you don't have gloves on, this Band-Aid could easily just go.
I had a friend that had that happen at a restaurant.
A Band-Aid in the food?
Yeah, I used Band-Aid.
No!
I would assume it was a used Band-Aid.
Well,
More
right.
likely to be a used
But
Band-Aid than a
but I
random
mean, you could tell it was used.
Oh, like it was... Oh.
Seepage.
No.
Don't say that.
No.
Yes.
A friend of yours.
Yes.
Have you ever had anything like that?
Hair. What John described is just sickening when when you realize you have a hair and you start pulling it out of your mouth.
Never.
It's like floss.
Sounds like you've done that. Outdoorsman.
Yes, it's one thing.
Kill
Never mind.
Bambi and then cut a hair and go.
Those are shorter hairs.
Wow.
Still work.
So clearly we want to know what you've experienced here, because apparently this is happening.
Dead flies or bugs, I bet people have found.
And this will sound the necessarily a bug in your like the fly in your soup. It really doesn't gross me out that much. It just doesn't. I mean, it's not like I'm going to sit there and eat it, but it's.
I'd be done.
When I get the hair in the food, I am the plate is pushed away. I'm done, and I don't know why that is.
Well, the one thing that you asked when we were talking about this before the show about the dead flies around the alcohol.
How does that even happen? Yeah, because what was the headline? Right, it was
dead flies found in alcohol bottles,
and it happened at multiple restaurants in this particular article.
And it's not just the worm at the bottom, right? That's
right. They're attracted to the fruity smells of some of the alcohol.
Right, the sugar, the fermented sugar,
and they weren't closed properly, and the flies went in.
Get in.
I just don't understand. Like, how can you not put the top on a bottle?
Well, they use those pourer things, which technically aren't. A bug could probably get through.
And see, like in my head, I was picturing like old beer bottles that weren't cleaned up, just sitting on like the bar back, and flies just getting in.
Well,
which is
sure,
also
but
like
but that's
clean up.
trash.
I know.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
different.
It is different, but that's what I.
You're not
going to
serve. You're not going to reserve those.
No,
refill
but I
them?
bet they would be get a violation for that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Even if it's
sure.
not something that's going to be served.
I think the other thing here, though, too, is just observances at a restaurant that gross you out. Because we had a dive bar that we used to go to when I was in college, and it was in Pontiac, and it had a grill where they would make burgers and bar food. And one time we saw a cockroach go right across the edge.
Oh, yeah. Out.
I kind of feel like cockroach is a deal breaker.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I mean, like I could go back to a place that one time had a hair. I don't know about
Okay,
a cockroach.
yeah, maybe. But no, a bug, a cockroach,
Like,
because
especially
it's
a cockroach.
significant in
Right,
size.
Or
yeah.
like I know the rat stuff's in the headlines too. That's
Oh, that's a no-go for me.
Especially
Sorry.
multiple times.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Mouse droppings or rat droppings, anywhere in that. Yeah, I'm not the flavor that you're looking for.
Well, I bet people who work in restaurants, I don't know if I want to hear their stories, but I used to work back in the day when I was in college at a country club, and everyone could walk through. I could walk through the kitchen and like grab a French fry or like grab.
Yeah.
Everyone was allowed in the kitchen. I'm sure people have seen some nasty things or seen somebody do something nasty to a dish that was about to be served.
Let us know. 248-539-9797.
Lick
Apologies.
it clean.
Oh. If you haven't eaten your breakfast yet, we're sorry. But I know people have stories. I see the phones blowing up. It's in the news everywhere now, not just the Coney Islands downtown, but apparently, in Oakland County, we're seeing dead flies and moldy garlic and all kinds of stuff. It's a story in the Detroit News. We want to hear from you. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury attorney of any sort is, in fact, by definition and by name, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an injury attorney who makes it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, look, we're going to talk Pistons trade deadline in the 9 o'clock hour. This conversation, they're one of the most fascinating teams a week away. A star we're not talking enough about in the city of Detroit at 9:02. We've got questions for the Lions. Stay or go. They're free agents. And we've got this restaurant story in the Detroit News. You guys have heard about the Lafayette rat issue. This isn't even regarding that.
No.
This is Detroit News talking about Oakland County businesses that have had issues with moldy garlic and flies and all kinds of health code violations. So we've asked you guys, like, what have you seen?
What have you found? And
how does it impact you? Yeah.
Yeah, the impact. Like, what is it that you've heard where you're like, okay, I heard about this, I'm not going back?
Because I think a one-off, like a hair in,
yeah,
like a meal, I'm like, it's gross, but I'm not. If it's a place I like, I'll give them another chance.
Right? Yeah. To me, that's okay. I don't want to finish this one, but it might not prevent me from going back.
Texters say I found a cigarette butt in the bottom of my hot fudge sundae.
No.
Oh.
No.
I found a shotgun pellet in my burger at a well-respected restaurant.
Get out of here.
How does that even happen?
It depends how the animal died.
What's wrong with moldy bread? Signed, Dan Campbell.
Right, yeah. Motivator.
Come on, get tough, guys. I saw a glory hole at a restaurant in Fort Worth. Signed, Jerry. Let's get to... Out of context, that's going to sound really weird to people. Jerry Jones of the Dallas Cowboys used that phrase in talking about his football team. Let's get to Rudy in Ypsilanti. Rudy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. I ended up, I was at a place in Detroit, man. I went to get an omelet. Man, it was amazing. Every time I used to go there, it was great. So I went to take a bite. The very first bite I went to take, something clinged onto my tooth, and I was like, man, what is it? So I spit it out on my tray, and it was a screw. So when I went back, I was like, hey, guys, man, I found this screw. The guy was like, oh, yeah, this is for our shredder and our onion shredder. I guess I must have fell out of there. I guess that's not too bad. So another restaurant in West Bloomfield, I said, man, it can't be two in a row, can it? So I went to get another omelet. So I'm sitting there. The guys that were prepping my meal, they were sitting there doing karate. I'm like, what is this, man? This is dead. These guys are doing karate. But anyways, I'll try it out. Hole in the wall, it can't be that bad. First bite I went to take, a red hair clinging from my omelet. I'm like, oh, so I call the guy. The dude comes out. He had a red beard. I'm like, oh, dude, you're the guy who made my omelet. They apologized, but I couldn't do it. Ever since that, I couldn't go.
You'll never eat an omelet again.
I was done.
We're not there
I
anyway.
couldn't do it.
Was
not
that
there at any of those places?
Was that both in the same day? As you said, you left one.
No, this is same week, different days.
Okay.
Yeah, I just said two. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for my third strike, so I just sat it out, man.
Oh man,
a screw in the omelet.
Any dental issues with that?
He's gone.
He's gone. But
gone.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah,
I mean,
wrong
that could,
bite.
Yeah.
Rudy. That was Rudy.
He had dental issues?
No.
I don't know it.
It's a chant from Rudy. Never mind.
I know it's a chant.
Yeah.
I don't know the story.
Yeah, obviously somebody at that first restaurant had a screw loose.
I don't know how I feel about that joke.
That joke.
Jay in Ann Arbor, save us. Jay, good morning.
Stupid.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What have you seen?
Similarly to Rudy, I was walking around in Ann Arbor with my family one night, as many of us do with young kids, and it became an hour where we were like, well, I guess we have to eat now. She's hungry. Stopped at a new taco place at the time, and I got a sampler platter, and similarly to the guy, there was a large bolt in my taco. Most annoying to me was the fact that it was not the first taco, and they were good. I think that's what was horrible. Was that it was good, and like the drinks were good, having a nice time. We waited forever for food because they were short-staffed, and then there was the bolt, But I've never seen a server so freaked out. She was on the phone with like manager, owner, I don't know, and they comped the bill in the end. But we still left the server a nice tip because it wasn't her fault. But
something in the kitchen.
Yeah, mortified. I had not even thought about that. In fact, the fact that it could have been like from a shredder or something, which makes sense if tacos have all sorts of stuff on them.
Yeah.
But
You didn't order it that way? You didn't want the metallic taste in your tacos?
yeah, right. No, I mean, and it was one of those things it's downtown Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
It was good. So we certainly would have gone back. And it's the kind of place
It's
that
a fluke.
like could be quick. Yeah, fluke, but like it puts a bad taste in your mouth and you never want to go back.
Literally.
Right.
Yeah.
Jay, appreciate the phone call. Good
the
stuff.
screw or the bolt, like that could create serious dental issues, or cuts in your mouth. Or imagine if you swallowed it.
Only one way it's coming out.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to spit that one out.
Let's get to Jason in Clinton Township. Jason, good morning.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Good.
Excellent. Hey, listen, I was telling your screener that when I was in high school, I was in a culinary arts program, and we would make food for like students and teachers come in, eat lunch, and we made this huge vat of minestrone soup, and one of the kids had spit their gum into the soup.
Oh.
And it got mixed in, and it was served. A teacher was talking to somebody, eating their soup, and he was just chewing down. He's like, what the heck is this? And he pulls out the gum. And obviously, everybody was just mortified. I did not know that someone had spit the gum while they're making it. I found out afterwards. And we all knew who it was. It was a really bad kid, and it was just like, it was so nauseating. And I'm sitting there thinking about, like, when John was talking about finding a piece of hair, it's like floss. I was like, oh, I was dry heaving. This story still makes me dry heave because I did not see the teacher's face. I was in the back of the house that day, but everybody just said, I mean, it was sheer horror. Like, you know, his eyes literally turned into golf balls. I mean, it was just like, oh my God.
Well, I mean, you guys, Heather, you know what type of soup it was, right?
What kind of soup was it, John?
It had to be gumbo.
Heather, at least it wasn't a dirty joke. It was just a cheesy, dumb dad joke. With John, those are wins. And the best part is,
he's the only one that finds it funny.
There's more where that came from. Now a little peek into what my kids
Your
have to
children.
deal with on a daily basis. Come on, that one was on a tee.
funniest guy in the world in his own mind.
There's only one person that has to laugh at you. If you can't laugh at your own jokes, then they're really not funny.
We got a dealer's choice situation here, John. Do you want more fingernail stories? We got cockroaches. We got horseflies.
I like ones I can relate to, so let's go with the nail.
All right, Shane, this is an anniversary dinner.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Jansen, your jokes always kill me, man. They're so funny.
Thank you.
So, long story short, this is Beaver Meat Shane calling in again.
My favorite.
Love
you too.
So Beaver Meat's out of this segment. So my wife and I were at an anniversary dinner down in Detroit. Very upscale, very nice restaurant. She gets her steak. I get my pork chop, and she gets like this side of crab salad. And in her second bite, she bites in, and a fingernail. She bites into a fingernail, and so we had got the waiter's attention and everything. They ended up bringing the waiter, the hostess, and the manager had came out, and they ended up giving us like a free bottle of champagne. They told us each to pick our own dessert that we wanted. They asked me to go around the table to sit next to her, and they brought out a photographer and took our picture and gave us like the email link to have it printed out. And our bill was going to be about $600-700. And, obviously I said they didn't let us pay for it, but I ended up tipping them like $450 anyway. So,
wow.
Yeah. That was our experience.
So it begs the question, are you glad they put the fingernail in your food?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I was kind of throwing out, this is probably my Jansen moment. I looked up at the manager and I said, oh, if I come back, you guys can put another fingernail in there for us.
I was thinking the same thing. If that's the trade-off, as gross as it is, champagne, dessert, comped meal.
Yeah.
Pictures.
Yeah.
Wow.
Order it with the fingernail discount. We got texts who have razor blades and others.
No.
We'll get phone calls and texts as we continue this
Like
conversation.
attempted murder.
It kind of feels that way. It's 97.1. As John would say, you can stare at us on Twitch. You could watch.
Yeah, watchers.
You could also listen on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. We've been talking about some gross things you've seen in the restaurants. Not just the rat stuff downtown with the Lafayette, but also the story in the Detroit News about various businesses in Oakland County What have you seen, and how has it impacted you going back to those places? Let's get to Emily in Grand Rapids. Emily, you're on 97.1.
Hey, so this isn't a story about a restaurant, but it is a funny story about finding something in your food. And John, you'll appreciate this. So my dad was out fishing this fall and was eating some cashews out of a bag. The bag ends up ripping open, so he just pours the cashews, pours the rest of them into one of his fishing vest pockets. Later, he's out in the river, and he reaches into his pocket for some cashews, puts a handful in his mouth, and starts chewing. And one of the cashews is really, really chewy. So he works at it for about 30 seconds before he finally spits it out to look at it. And that chewy cashew was actually a dried leech.
Yeah. You never know what's in a fisherman's pocket. That's for sure.
Yeah, he had fun with that.
Yeah.
Dried
Did he do the? I was going to say. I wonder if he did the dad thing.
She's still there.
Oh, Emily. Did he do the dad thing
I'm still there,
and finish?
Oh yeah. He's like, well, I'm not gonna waste the cashews. I don't know if he ate the dried leech, but it didn't stop him from continuing to eat the rest of the cashews.
Right.
Such a dad move. Emily, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Let's get to Steve in Detroit. Steve, you're on 97.1. Talk to us. Steve.
Yeah, hi, this is Steve in the Romeo, out for a walk. Yeah, I to a restaurant once and had eaten my salad, bit into it, I had a Band-Aid in my mouth.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I actually bit into it.
Ooh, it was in a. That's why I try and stay away from salads.
Oh, that's why.
Okay, that's why. Yeah.
And Steve, you've never had a salad since, right?
Oh yeah, I did, but yeah, it was pretty disturbing at first. Yeah, and then after a while, they offered us as well. You guys want to stay? You want to leave? We stayed, and they promised us a few things. So yeah, that's a few years ago, and I'm still alive. So I guess it didn't kill me.
Yeah, that's the thing about a lot of these is it's really not okay. You could get food poisoning, right? But you get over it. It's rarely seems like these are life or death situations.
Unless there's a razor blade in your food.
A razor blade, yeah.
Well, speaking of that, Jeremy in Heartland, you had a razor blade in your food.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I had two good stories. One was a razor blade. We were out at a nice restaurant for my father's birthday at a seafood restaurant, and I stupidly ordered a chicken sandwich. And as the waitress was bringing it out, I could see something shiny on my plate on the bun. She puts it at my plate, and just underneath the chicken was a small razor blade.
Oh
my gosh.
So what was obviously you asked them about it and brought it to their attention. What was their response?
Sorry, and she quickly grabbed the plate, took it away, and then comped my meal. So that was one story, and then the other story was I was at a sub place. I won't say where, but and for some reason I decided to actually eat there. Normally I just take it and go, and I was eating my sub, and I bit down and bit onto something hard. Started going through it, and inside the chicken was a piece of wood that I split in two.
Like how big a piece of wood are we talking here?
About the size of a thumbnail.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, like in comparison to the sandwich. Yeah, it's not that big, but it's enough for
your... is not huge.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you said you ate there though, right? So you could go up and say something.
Correct.
Yeah. How did they even explain it? How does that even end up in the sandwich?
Well, I guess the chicken is not made there. The chicken's made from a big corporation who probably was using a wood paddle to, I don't know, grind it all up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I ended up with 6 free subs and a $25 gift card to because they make a lot of different products.
Okay.
That you can buy at the grocery store.
Okay. Huh. Got something out of it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. These places feel so terrible when it happens.
Oh, sure, yeah, and a lot of times, like the server is the one that usually takes the bullets, but they're not the one that made the food. And sometimes, like you said, sometimes it's made off-site, and those that are serving it, those that are making it, if they don't see it when they're processing it and making the food, they don't even know it's there.
Last word on this. Kevin in Livonia, you got a story for us?
Yeah, I used to own a point-of-sale company here in Michigan, so I've seen a lot of restaurants, and I've got more stories if you got 4 more hours. But basically, I was at a wedding. We were eating from the buffet line, and I saw a Band-Aid and the Moscacholi. Never more happy that I didn't have Moscacholi. But my other story is I was at a restaurant in Southfield, and I got halfway through my spinach pie, and I noticed there was a little burnt cockroach in there. Oh. So I waved the waitress over, and she takes a look in there, and she says, "Oh, I'll take that off your bill." And I'm thinking more like, I just got a free lunch, which ended up getting a free lunch. But anyway, that's it.
Ooh. At least it was well done.
Cooked.
Yeah.
A little extra protein.
You might think of it that way.
There are people who eat, some of these ballparks will sell like grasshoppers.
Sure.
Have you seen this?
grasshoppers? Yeah, I've seen it. That is a much different, I think, experience than
a cockroach.
A cockroach.
And you also know you're ordering grasshoppers. Nobody orders the cockroach.
The cockroach.
I'll have your finest cockroach added to the top, please. 248-539-9797. End of the hour, 8:50. Lions free agents, stay or go. What do you do with Carlton Davis, Kevin Zeitler, Teddy Bridgewater? Let's get to Heather with the news.
A Michigan man was arrested this week after fighting with a bank security guard and stabbing him in the face. Yeah, on Monday, as bank employees were like ready to leave for the day, right? This suspect stood in the door and was blocking their way. It was like, no, you can't get out of here. I want to go into the bank. He tried to enter the bank, but the security guard was there and said, "No, buddy, we're closed. You got to get out of here." Well, that's when this fight broke out. The guy stabbed the security guard in the face with this cordless engraving pen.
Ooh.
Yeah, yikes. Anyway, the guy stayed at the bank and police found him, took him into custody. He's facing charges of assault with a dangerous weapon and obstruction. So who knows what was going on in his mind there.
At least he wasn't charged with fleeing.
No, yeah, he stayed. I think he did try to flee, but he didn't get very far.
Yeah.
Police serving a subpoena in Battle Creek were greeted with quite the surprise. A police cadet was met at the door by a 5-year-old with a loaded gun.
5 years old.
Yes. Last Saturday, this cadet went to a home just before 10 a.m. and a 5-year-old child with a large knife opened the door. When the cadet asked the child, "Hey, you need to have an adult come to the door," the child returned with a loaded handgun. Thankfully, the child was disarmed before the gun was fired. A woman was detained along with 2 men in the home. And unfortunately, the house was in such poor condition that it was actually condemned. There was 5 kids there taken into protective custody. One actually required hospitalization. So I guess it's a good thing that these police showed up at the door. Authorities are pursuing neglect and weapons-related charges. An Eagles fan celebrating the team's NFC Championship win is now on life support after falling from a light pole on Sunday in Philly. And there was warnings saying, "Hey, please do not climb the light poles," right? Like this.
Most of the time they go around and they oil them up and grease them up. Yeah.
I remember stories in years past of them doing that. Well, this 18-year-old suffered brain trauma during this fall, transported to a hospital. But he was only one of several people injured during Sunday celebrations. At least 2 people were shot. 1 person was stabbed. Multiple cops were assaulted in separate incidences. And then you had that woman who barreled her car into this big group of people, and you had like 8 injured there. So something should have been a joyous moment turned into kind of a dangerous moment for sure. A man, also talking about dangerous, a man in Pittsburgh ended up in the hospital on Monday after he was injured by an exploding toilet.
Classic.
Oh, look out.
Yeah, this guy, 65 years old, was at City Hall when, I guess, nature called. So he went to go use the bathroom, and the toilet tank shattered and sent shards of porcelain flying everywhere. A spokesperson said that a fixture on the toilet failed due to like some old plumbing. The guy ended up with a gash on his leg.
Ooh,
yeah, I know.
Close call.
Yes. There is audio from first responders that were called to the scene. What?
Yeah. I'm glad. First of all, glad. It sounds like he's going to be okay.
He's going to be fine, but still, it could have been a lot worse.
Sure. Yes, it could have been a lot worse. Yes.
Floating
Bragging
toilet.
rights forever, though.
I mean, he might have a fear of going potty for the rest of his life.
No kidding. Heather with the news. All right, 9:02, the Detroit Star we're not talking enough about. Coming up next, free agents, stay or go with the Lions. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's cold outside. Don't let the cold creep into your house. If you need a furnace service today, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and here's maybe the best part, same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com. Now, again, this doesn't matter how long it's just a spec spot. You deserve to do everything you want in life and to do it pain-free. So if you've been dealing with an injury, maybe it's knee
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. 13 straight wins now for Michigan State after the Spartans beat Minnesota 73-51 at the Breslin Center last night. Michigan State's not won 13 straight games since the 2018-19 season. Coincidentally, the last time the Spartans made the Final Four. So what's to thank for that success, forward Jackson Kohler? Michigan State's now 18-2, number one in the Big Ten at 9-0. Spartans next in action at USC Saturday. Red Wings are one of the hottest teams in hockey since the hiring of new head coach Todd McClellan. In the 15 games since he lost his debut to the Maple Leafs, the Wings 11-3-1, now just 2 points out of the last wildcard spot, 3 back, a third in the Atlantic. On the heels of 3 straight wins, Detroit now embarks on a West Coast road trip, starts tomorrow night at the Oilers. Forward Lucas Raymond was asked, hey, the Wings thinking about the playoffs? Also on the road trip, visits to the Flames, Canucks, and Kraken. Puck drop in Edmonton tomorrow, 9 o'clock, right here on 97.1. And the Pistons look to end their 5-game road trip with a winning record. They take on the Pacers in Indy tonight. That tip-off at 7. Jeremy Otto's got the pregame at 6:35, right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, Luke played some audio from Lucas Raymond. I want to talk a little bit about him. 9 o'clock hour rolls around. We'll get to the Pistons trade deadline. What should they do? Buy, sell, or hold? They played well enough. We get to have that conversation. We'll do it at 9:35. Plus some quotes from Malik Beasley, who I think is at the center of that question. John, Lucas Raymond, he's on a tear right now. And I wonder, is he the quietest star we have in Detroit? Like, nobody talks about what Lucas Raymond's putting together right now.
Well, at the end of last year, we talked about the rising star that he is, or at that time was, what our expectations were for him this year. And I think he is surpassing some of those expectations. I think we all thought that he was going to be eventually the leader of this team in regards to production.
Yeah, and the question was, what's Yzerman going to do? How's he going to find a star? They never won the lottery. He never had a number 1 or a number 2 pick. The highest draft pick Yzerman did have was Lucas Raymond. His only top 5 pick was Lucas Raymond. So there's a lot riding on him panning out. And safe to say, he's delivering. Right now, after his 4-point night on Monday, he's 13th in the NHL in scoring. He's a top 10 winger by points. 23 points in the 16 games since the coaching change. Only David Pastrnak has been better since the holiday. I keep reminding people he's 22 years old.
Right.
He's pacing for a 90-point season, and if he plays the way he has since the coaching change, he has an outside shot to have a 100-point season, which hasn't happened for the Wings since the mid-90s.
And I think you mentioned there, I think the reason he is under the radar and is somewhat being overlooked if you're not, of the hockey elite and you don't watch every single moment of the Wings is the coaching change. That's been the big story. The big story originally was Derek Lalonde and them not living up to very minimal expectations. Coaching change happens right at the holidays, and now all of a sudden they are on a bit of a tear as a team. That's what the conversation has been, and it's not been about the nuts and bolts. We've talked a little bit about it in regards to the power play and the 5-on-5 and scoring chances and shots and all this different, all the different minutia of it, but we haven't talked about the star that Lucas Raymond is becoming.
I was going to say, he is a star with a chance to be a superstar, and in the city, remember 4 or 5 years ago, we're looking around going, we don't have anybody.
Right.
Now it's starting to get crowded because you've got Tarek Skubal, Cy Young winner. You have Penei Sewell, all-pro multiple times over. St. Brown, the same deal. You have Cade, who's stealing a lot of spotlight, deservedly so, in the NBA. What Raymond's doing is not that different than what Cade's doing. It's just hard to compare apples and oranges, but he's on the ascent. They're both 22 years old. Lucas Raymond, it's happening, guys.
Is he going to be an all-star?
I would say, yeah, he should be.
So, we're having those conversations with Cade, and I believe we'll find for Cade out tomorrow night. I don't know when it's going to be announced for the NHL, but I am curious as to some of it is, okay, in basketball and football, everybody picks their all-stars a different way, and you're kind of curious as to how this all comes together, whether it's fan voting, how much of it's players, how much of it is the front office, and has he been overshadowed enough to not get a share of one of those, pots of votes?
Yeah, I think he has flown under the radar. He's only 22. He'll be 23 years old in March. But Lucas Raymond, he's becoming the star that everybody thought Yzerman was going to have to build without, right? This was going to have to be done without winning the lottery. That year, they were the worst team in the sport. They fell to 4. They didn't get Lafreniere, who went to the Rangers. You know who the best player in that draft has been? Lucas Raymond.
Yeah.
So it did work out in that way, and he is the guy that allows them to get to that next level. He was putting a lot on his shoulders last year down the stretch. I remember we were highlighting him a lot. We come in on those Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in the morning and go, wow, look what Raymond did. He's even better now than he was a year ago.
Well, and okay, last year, first year of really reaching that level of expectation and production. And it was kind of a double-headed conversation where you're talking about Lucas Raymond and how he is leading the team and how he is, in terms of points and production, but it was all about where did DeBrincat go? Where did Kane go? And you wanted those guys to be a bigger part of the conversation. Now it is simply Lucas Raymond. How high can he fly and how far can he take the wings with him?
And I think it's a good time to bring it up, too, because we're a month into Todd McClellan. And McClellan is kind of the pivot point for when the season turned around. And the question is, okay, how long does that go, right? How far can a coach rah-rah his team? Well, this is where the next level is. Are the players taking steps? Because McClellan can't snap his fingers, wave a magic wand, and turn this team into a playoff team. But if he unlocked Lucas Raymond to the next level, that's something that sustains. That's something that plays in February and March and April. And it might not just be Raymond. I mean, he's put 2 defensemen who are essentially rookies together in Johansson and Edvinsson. I'm not telling you they're going to be stars, but again, if he gets more out of these guys, if he paves the path for these guys to shine, then it becomes more than just a coach came in and knocked some heads together and said, let's play effing hockey. No, they actually took a step as players. They're actually fulfilling what they thought they were capable of.
So are you feeding into holding off the conversation about Steve Yzerman?
Oh, yeah. I think that's absolutely. We're not firing this guy.
Well, and not that. Let's go back a month.
Did he do enough in the offseason?
Right. And, because a lot of the conversation was, and we see this with the Tigers, we're not hearing about it as much with the Pistons maybe the last couple of years with the development of Cade Cunningham, but it's the development of the core. It's the guys that you're drafting from and developing from within. This is one of them, and it does take a long time. Even though he's only 22, we're 4 years down the road.
So it's odd. I actually think all the teams in the city are in a similar spot in this way. They all have young nucleuses. The Lions have the best young nucleus, the most proven young nucleus. But you're starting to see Cade as that engine for the Pistons. Yeah. And Yzerman's got 4 first-round picks now playing in the National Hockey League. And there's a couple other guys filling in that nucleus as well. The Tigers, young playoff team. They're all developing a young nucleus. And at the same time, you should support those young nucleuses. So, we'll talk more about the Pistons later in the hour, but keep building around Cade. If you're Yzerman, hey, nobody disputed that you could identify great young players. Some of your free agent signings have left something to be desired.
Wanting more, yes.
Can you supplement? Hey, Scott Harris, can you supplement this young core that I'll give you credit for developing and nurturing? Can you get me Bregman? If you're Yzerman, can you add at the deadline? If you're the Pistons, can I be greedy and add at the deadline? If I'm Brad Holmes, I'm chasing a Super Bowl. You can do both. You can have a great young core and supplement them. You can add more. And I think that's what we're asking of all of our teams now.
And it leads to the excitement about what it means to be in the month of April.
You're just trying to get me to play this stupid thing. Knock out some thoughts on Lucas Raymond, Scott in New Baltimore. Are you watching this guy turn into a star?
Oh, absolutely. We've been watching him, for the last couple of years since his first year coming up. Season ticket holders, and that was the talk in our section in the beginning of this year of, he's getting the assists, but, the goals just aren't showing up. And then all of a sudden, we were actually shocked. We looked at each other on Monday, 20 goals, quietly over the past couple months or past few weeks. So, yeah, we're excited about him. And then you talk about some of the other sung heroes. I think the guy that doesn't get enough credit possibly is Moritz Seider. On the defense there, there was a play on Monday. Wings were on a power play. One of the Kings was in the corner and just tried to rip the puck back across the ice. Seider was on the blue line and literally caught the puck with his stick. It's coming 80 miles an hour or whatever it was coming across. And he just caught it, kept control, passed it around, and continued to play. He doesn't back down from anyone. He's a tough guy, and I think he is another one. The two of them, because they started the same year together, the two of them as a pair, offense and defense, we're excited about those two guys mostly.
And they just got long-term deals this offseason. They're both scratching the surface. Yeah, Seider plays tough minutes. He plays against the top lines. He plays penalty kill. And I think there's even more there offensively from Seider once they can kind of get a foundation set. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
Support him a little bit more.
Yeah, of course.
And be able to accentuate what he does well.
Ticket Texter said, Todd McClellan has to get credit for putting Casper with Larkin and Raymond too. Casper's starting to look like a future star on that line, and he's only 20. Yeah, point per game the last 10 games. Texter says there's not an NHL All-Star game this year, guys, but he would. So no one would be an All-Star. It's the Four Nations tournament, which Lucas is a part of with Team Sweden. Yeah.
There's something weird going on in the NBA with the whole All-Star process and the whole, thing with the NHL right now, the 2 weeks, and the fact that there is no All-Star, but it's the nation's
Well,
thing.
we complain that these All-Star games are flat and stale, so then the leagues try to do stuff different, and then we're like, wait, what?
Well, I'm not complaining that they're doing something different. I hope it didn't come across that way with the NBA. I just think it's
an adjustment.
It's an adjustment. It's an unknown.
All right, coming up next, we're going to play some Jerry Jones audio. He's the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think he's using this word correctly, John.
Are you sure? He very well may be using this as intended.
You guys be the judge of that. We'll talk Pistons trade deadline at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football and all your great sporting events. When we talk about the ones coming up in April or March, it's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Hey, Lions fans, toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottles. They're on shelves now, and they're made for this Lions season. They're meant to look like the Motor City alternate jerseys the team wore when they clinched the North back in Week 18. But the bottles will be gone soon, so get yours wherever you would normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila, as well as the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. All right, John, you found this audio.
Yeah.
It's Jerry Jones. People have been pushing Jerry about the way he's run the Cowboys. They only won 7 games. Their head coach hire was uninspiring. They promoted from within, the OC who wasn't even calling plays. And even if you think Schottenheimer's a good guy, no other team had interviewed him. So people are kind of circling. The vultures are circling in Dallas. And you want to set this up?
Well, sure. I mean, we've heard about him trying to justify the hire of Brian Schottenheimer, and I've worked with Brian before. Brian's a great guy. And I think he will be a good head coach. Don't know if it works in Dallas or not, because not a lot has worked in Dallas since the 90s to any sustained success. But Jerry Jones's response to criticism over the hire has been less than it doesn't build confidence. And then this is something that he had said yesterday when asked about, the process and what it's like running a team.
Now, you were in the car with your daughter?
I was in the car with my daughter, yes. She's now driving. She has her permit. She was driving to Jack's basketball game. We're listening to some country music on the radio, and I am, because I'm now sitting in the passenger seat, able to peruse social media and continue my prep for the radio show. And as I'm doing it, I click on the post. So the audio then goes, it doesn't replace the country music, but it is overlaying it, right? It's going on, it's at the same time. So you hear the smiles and glory holes over the speakers in the truck.
I don't think Jerry knows what he's saying.
I don't. So do you think he is just, was it a quote unquote senior moment? Or do you think he has a slew of senior moments?
I don't think he realizes what that word means in
today's
2025.
parlance?
Yeah, it may have meant something when Jerry was growing up. And I think he's still using it. He used that phrase back in 2012.
And please give us the context of that, or at least the quote that you have.
Give me a second to pull it up here, but
because
here it is.
Okay.
Never mind. Keep going.
Okay. So in the context that he uses it now, and he says, smiles and glory holes. So smiles is obviously, it's a good moment, right? It's happy times. And then he follows it up with what I guess one would assume would be another happy moment.
Sure. Could be.
Do you agree?
I mean, why?
Sure. This was the quote in 2012. I've been here when it was glory hole days, and I've been here when it wasn't. Having said that, I want me some glory hole.
Like there, I just feel like he added the word hole. Just like added it on. Like, just say the glory days. Like, I've been there during the glory days. You
the good times.
Yeah, the good times. You don't need to throw in the...
He's using it as though it's a synonym for good times.
Right.
And I'm not telling you to Google this on a work computer, but that is not the way people use that.
No. In today's day and age, and I mean, if Urban Dictionary will tell you all you need to know. I did Google it.
People know.
And of course they
need to Google it.
No, they don't. No. But I did anyway. And the first definition that comes up, and like I would never use this in regards to how the first, it's a noun, and it's an untidy storage place especially a room or cupboard.
So you could go home and use this and see how it goes over. Honey, look at this glory hole. Like, and see what she...
Why didn't you clean this up?
Yeah. This place is a mess.
Now, some people have said this is used like with oil. Like if you found the spot with the oil, you drilled and you found... Be careful with drill. You find a spot and that's where the oil is. That's Texas parlance for a glory hole. But Jerry, that's not how people are hearing it when you say it. Jay in Bloomfield, you have some thoughts here on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good.
I can't believe I'm like trying to pick apart what Jerry Jones is saying these days, but I think maybe he was like trying to take a riff of like the world's not all sunshines and rainbows. It's not all sunshine, smiles, and honey holes. Honey holes is like a term for like a good fishing spot, and you don't let people around your honey hole. That's the only explanation I have.
Yeah, I mean, too many and it gets a little sticky. But yeah, I don't necessarily know. I mean, he obviously has used this before, and it just, I would love to follow Jerry Jones around for a couple of days just to see what his world is like and the different things, conversations that he has. If this is what he says to the public, I want to know what he says when the microphone is not on. It's got to be unbelievably entertaining. Interesting that he used smiles first.
Because?
Well, I mean, I would think the smile would come after.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Sorry, Heather.
There's a whole slew of articles about him using this term, and he's used it before, not only in 2012 and just now, he's used it at other times as well. Oh, the articles are hilarious. Like the headlines are really
please share. Well, it's just a headline.
Well,
Pre-reading.
Jerry Jones brings back cringeworthy term to describe, like it just, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're, and like the memes are really funny. Anyway, holy cow. Okay.
Yeah.
In other news, the Super Bowl is less than 2 weeks away, and according to a new survey, 75% of Americans do plan to watch. But this year, fans plan to spend less money than in years past. So, I mean, that could be money on food, money on merchandise, on sports betting. For those planning to watch, the average person is going to spend $142, which sounds like a lot of money to me.
Wait.
It could be for food, like a Super Bowl party, or just wherever you're going to watch food, shirts, merchandise, sports betting. I can see it there more.
That's where it'll add up.
That's total on just the Super Bowl?
The average person will spend $142 on the Super Bowl this year.
What's odd is that it dwarfs, like if you think about Thanksgiving, and we always talk about the price of a meal for Thanksgiving. Like it dwarfs the price of a meal at Thanksgiving, which just to me doesn't seem logical.
Maybe this is the new Thanksgiving. We give thanks for the final football game of the season.
It's the betting. It's
only if you're watching it.
41% do plan to place bets on the game, and that could be anywhere, like on a professional sports website, or it could be like with family members, with buddies,
squares, all of that.
And then there's some info about Taylor Swift, because we've had a lot of people share their hatred for Taylor Swift, and nearly a quarter of Americans say that she has impacted them, either for better or worse. 14% say they have a greater interest in the NFL because of Taylor Swift. So there's some positivity, but 10% say they've lost interest because of her. And 17% say they hate what she has done to the league.
What has she done to the league? Please define what she's done to the league, or how has she negatively impacted your life? Like I don't understand.
Just read the numbers. Gen Zers, though, 39% of them say that she has impacted how much they spend on football.
Well, and so the NFL is trying to figure out how to tap into the next generation.
Yeah.
And it's Gen Z is what, the next one?
John, she's rigging all these games. That's what she's doing. She's rigging
I think
these
it's
games.
just another peek into how Gen Zers have no money.
Got that Lauer button.
Oh, yes.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ugh.
Oh, my gosh. If you're a fan of SNL's Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, you have a chance to see them in person at the Fox Theater. So they're going to be in Detroit on April 4th as part of their Restless Leg tour, a comedy tour. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. on Ticketmaster. could be a good show.
Yeah.
I like both of them.
Yeah,
and I like
think
them
she's
together. So
Tina Fey. I say she.
Yeah.
There's both of them are she. I think she is hilarious.
yeah, I think they're both really funny. So I got to share this story again. This is such a wild freak accident that took place during a track and field meet in Colorado. There was a dad who went to go watch his son compete in an event, sitting in the bleachers.
This is bizarre.
And he was killed by a competitor. So this man, 57 years old, Wade Langston, he was there and just sitting there when all of a sudden a competitor in the hammer throw event, something happened. They released, it's not a hammer, it's this weight on a chain.
Yeah.
Released it and it went flying over the netting, the safety net. And this guy moved to protect his wife and child and it hit him, basically killed him
On the spot.
instantly.
Yeah.
Wild, right? Witnesses say that he was just there trying to protect his son and his kid, and everyone is like heartbroken and shocked over this, right? It's just a freak accident. Your what's it called? Twitter might have been blowing up recently because Jim Acosta has signed off on CNN for the final time. On Tuesday, he announced that he would not be returning to CNN after 18 years with the network. Did you hear about that one?
I did, because people messaged me
I'm
things
sure
like,
they did.
It's not even been a year. Where are you going?
yeah, not quite that. Thank you for your journalistic integrity. I didn't do anything.
It's not me.
I will not give in to lies or fear. Why are you sending this to me?
Because it's hilarious.
It's
I'm going to have to get in on that.
close.
Yeah.
And that is Heather with the news. Coming up next, we are a week away, 8 days away from the NBA trade deadline. The Pistons are considered one of the 5 most fascinating teams. Buy, sell, hold. What Malik Beasley said and what we want to see them do. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. We all love to see progress, and you get the chance to see it quickly because I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in those first 40 days, and it's because I got to eat real whole food, so it was something that I could stick with. It's not shakes or bars. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and they're also going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. That is a great statistic. 9 out of 10 find that success. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now. You're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get that $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us. The Pistons have certainly become an interesting story in the NBA. And here in Detroit, having come off an historically bad season, 14 wins, now to where they are sitting in a play-in spot at 500, 23-23. They have some interesting decisions to have to make in about 8 days at the trade deadline.
I think they flipped the conversation on its head. When they signed Tim Hardaway Jr. and Malik Beasley and Tobias Harris, the thought was, they'll probably be traded at the deadline. The Pistons won't be in much of a race. They're in the 8th seed right now. And they're going to be in the thick of this to make the playoffs. Are you buying now? Has it changed? Or is it simply you're just going to hold? And I think Malik Beasley's at the center of this because he's an attractive piece. He's on an expiring contract. He's one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA right now. Volume and percentage. What do you do? Are you buying? Are you selling? Are you holding? Which camp are you in?
I would like to see them buy, but buy with caution. Not mortgage anything of the future. By that I mean anything 3 or more years down the road. You could have a guy come in here with, a year or two on their contract, see what he can do, see how much he can add. But I'm not going to go out there and try and get the final piece to the puzzle that sends you over the top because they're just not in that spot.
I also don't think they can. They owe their first-round pick to another team.
Right.
So until they give that pick up, likely at the end of this season, they're stuck in terms of how much they can buy. But they have this cornucopia of second-round picks, and they've got some expirings, and they could do a small buy. Right? They could try to find a guy. I think CJ McCollum is an interesting name out there on a bad team on a 2-year deal. He's expensive. They might just want to be done with it. He would be that secondary ball handler to help Cade. They've really missed Ivy. He can shoot. McCollum makes a lot of sense. And I do think you keep Beasley because, Malik has said they've had open conversations, him and Trajan Langdon. And then if a contender comes in with a great offer, everybody understands it's business.
Is business.
But what is a great offer? If I'm a contender, I'm going to offer you pick 28, a late first. I'm keeping Malik Beasley because to me, I'm investing in Cade.
Right.
I'm investing in moving this team forward. I want to re-sign Malik Beasley.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because you mentioned the conversation surrounding the Pistons and leading into the trade deadline. Even just like a couple months ago, it was going to be, the Pistons would be a part of the trade deadline, but they would be that silent partner in a 3-team trade.
Facilitating.
Right. Now, I think they're going to be a part of the trade deadline, not as the cast-off, but as are they going to add, or even if they just simply hold and they don't sell Malik Beasley. To me, that is, he's already on the team, so you can't define it as buying, but to me that's buying the near future with the possibility to extend that future with Malik Beasley.
Okay, I don't know how viable this is, but people put out fake trades all the time, especially when we get close to the deadline. And people tweet them out, and I see them on social media. Detroit Bad Boys is a SB Nation site. They write about the Pistons. They put out a bunch of trades. One stuck out to me. CJ McCollum for Tim Hardaway Jr., who's expiring, and Simone Fontecchio, who has this year and next year, plus a second. You can make it 2 seconds. You can make it 3 seconds. But for the argument for the Pelicans is they're not winning anything. They get rid of McCollum. They free up some cap space. The argument for Detroit is they get better.
Right.
And to the point of, are they NBA title contenders? No. But are they a team that can win a couple playoff games? Are they a team that can push this franchise forward, secure a playoff spot, maybe not have to be in the play-in? I think all of this is what you should be doing. When you start to turn the corner, you invest in your young players, you put veterans around them, and you try to win.
Yeah, and in terms of throwing in an extra second or you stockpile second round picks and you're like, what's the value in that?
Yeah,
there seems to be very little value unless you're trying to populate your G League team.
Right. Or to use them in deals like this. I mean, they're just kind of like loose change that you can round up for charity type of thing.
Yeah.
Try to put a deal over the top.
It comes along with that lint that's stuck in your pocket.
No kidding. So where are you guys at? Like, this was a team that we didn't think was going to be in this position. And Langdon, I think, has even acknowledged that they're further along. So he went from one philosophy, and he may be considering another.
Well, the beautiful thing is he's not anchored to one philosophy. Nope. He can shift gears and go from, that silent third party and taking on expiring contracts to active participant in trying to get better. And it's not just about there could be an opportunity, and you brought up a couple, where you don't just take it as an opportunity to get better this year, but you could still add in the offseason, and whatever you decide that you want to add at the trade deadline could be a part of the equation moving forward next year.
Makes sense to me. I know the Pistons have lost a couple in a row. They got the Pacers tonight. I know those have been tough games. Pacers are better. They may lose. It's not going to discourage me from trying to invest in Cade Cunningham. And that's not just the salary you pay Cade, it's the players you put around Cade. And I think that's been
at this point,
pretty obvious.
At this point, it's not about the salary you're paying him because that's
already done.
That's a sunk cost. I don't want to say it's sunk cost. That's money spent.
Yeah.
It's how do you invest in making him better?
Well, and I think some of it was J.B. Bickerstaff. And some of it is Malik Beasley and Tobias Harris. And some of it may be a move they make in the next 8 days here. I think to get a true running mate for him is probably an off-season exercise for a couple reasons. One, you can't trade your first-round pick this year until you either know you have it or you've given it up. And I think Lauri Markkanen is a name on another bad team that would interest Pistons fans. Front court, shooter, budding star. He can't be traded until after the trade deadline. He can't be traded until the offseason. So there's a world where the Pistons make the playoffs, flame out in the first round, but have an idea of what they're working with, and then they can trade a couple first to get a true running mate for Cade Cunningham.
And don't underestimate the value. We saw that what the value is. Well, you got to learn from your experiences, and it's what type of value did the Wings and their young players learn from last year and just missing out, and how valuable every single point is. It's the same thing with the Pistons. What's the value if they are able to get into that play-in tournament or be one of the top 6 teams and secure a playoff spot? I don't know that you could put a value on what that experience is for those young players.
Yeah, when the Red Wings had that streak going, just getting in was delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, continuing a streak that
was
matter.
Yeah. But now it's different. Like, just getting in is not just getting in. It's the start of a new run. If you're going to try to find a running mate for Cade, don't you want to be attractive? Don't you want to look like you got your poop in a group, that you know what you're doing? Yeah, you do.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
And I think
you want to be attractive.
Yes.
Yes. And then pair that with your poop in a group.
Yeah, as opposed to getting your S together. 248-539-9797. We want to know where you're at on the Pistons. It's been one of those deals where the calendar shifts. Lions are still a huge part of what we do, but we've got teams that matter now. Like, normally at this point in the season, we'd be going, hey, the Pistons ever going to win a basketball game? And instead, they've won just as many as they lost. They're very much a conversation going into the trade deadline.
How much of that is sustainable, the way that they are assembled right now?
Yeah, I mean, you worry about losing Jaden Ivey, right? You worry about what that means against the better teams they play, like it's been an issue the last couple nights, and it'll probably be an issue tonight. Can you get them that extra piece to help? Yeah, I don't know how sustainable this is. I think right now my expectation is they'll be in the play-in, somewhere between 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And it's what are the other teams going to be doing around them as well that are grouped in with them? We know that there's a lot going on with the Miami Heat. And are
the
they
stuff?
Yeah, the Jimmy Butler stuff, and not that the Pistons would be a landing spot for Jimmy Butler, but I mean they're one of those teams right now. They're in the 6th spot. They are one less loss away from being where the Pistons are. If they drop off because they unload Jimmy Butler, now all of a sudden, hey, you instantly get a little bit better by default in regards to the prospects of making the playoffs. Orlando Magic, they've got some injuries. The Atlanta Hawks, you've already talked about, we saw a head-to-head competition against them. Like, this is a team that can contend, and not only can they contend for the play-in, they can contend for an actual playoff spot.
Texter says, I'm in favor of Lonzo Ball. He's an expiring contract. Could be that secondary facilitator. Could come cheap. Texter says, another vote for Lonzo Ball. If Beasley can get you an unprotected first, it would be hard to turn down. See, I disagree. If it's unprotected from a contender, it's probably not going to be worth very much. And then the texter says Miles Bridges will be a Piston after the deadline. People keep pushing that. I don't see it. Reminder, you can download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for the chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. Just be listening on the Odyssey app. Coming up next, we'll pass the baton to Doug Karsh. I was talking to him out in the bullpen about this Michigan story. We addressed it earlier. We'll get back into that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny, it's back. And this time, it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends are going to take the field in sudden death field goal showdown. It's Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 o'clock Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and bet with FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over in present Michigan. No purchase is necessary. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we talked about this earlier in the show, but do want to wrap with it. Everyone wants to know, what does John think with the update on the Stallion story? Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger has an update. Michigan will be fighting the allegations made by the NCAA, a 137-page document where Michigan says they will not enter into a negotiated resolution with the NCAA over the alleged wrongdoing. And in reading through what Yahoo says, John, to me, it appears to be a fight over level 1s versus level 2s. Michigan's not denying that some stuff happened.
Right.
The NCAA has said, we got you for 6 level 1s. Michigan's going, well, hold on. Can you prove some of this? We're going to fight you on some of this. What did you make of it?
To me, it's an argument over, we're not just going to accept or negotiate level 1s. We think these are level 2s. And, I mean, there's precedent before of other schools doing this. The latest one was Tennessee, where they went through a lengthy battle. Comes out, it was fines, scholarships, and recruiting limitations.
Reductions.
But it wasn't a postseason ban. If you get a level 1, then you're starting to talk about postseason, not being able to play in the postseason. And so I think this is not an argument over did something go wrong. It's the level at which they believe it went wrong.
My take on it is it's kind of baffling to me. The gall of Michigan. Failure to monitor is pretty obvious here.
The
gall. Failure to monitor feels accurate given that multiple coaches were aware of Stallion's transgressions, Hart and Partridge by name, yet compliance is not involved. Yet he stayed on staff. He was trying to navigate his student assistants to break rules, and Partridge is like, hey, you're not going to use my guy for that. Yet nobody funneled this up the chain of command. And then the head coach is a stubborn, defiant person, Jim Harbaugh, who didn't cooperate to begin with. It's like, well, guys, you were failing to monitor. You were looking the other way. You didn't want to know the scope. So, yeah, sure, we can't pin it on any of the coaches for knowing because you guys all operated with your fingers in your ears. So, to me, that is failure to monitor. It's why we talk about program issues. It's why level 1s come up. You can't go, well, we didn't know. You didn't know because you didn't want to know.
You think you should have just accept it versus fight it like Tennessee? Why is it different?
I don't know that Tennessee should have fought it. I wasn't doing radio in Tennessee at the time.
But the results are they didn't have a postseason ban. So how can you argue the results? Like you just sit there and say, okay, well, yeah, we know, which they've already admitted things went wrong.
It's called accountability.
Why not fight it?
It's called accountability. We don't have enough of it anymore. It's called accountability. You screwed up. You own it. You move on. You take your penalty and you move on.
Yeah, but why accept the worst of the penalties when you might be able to fight it and get a less penalty? That makes no sense to me.
Don't do the NCAA's job for them.
Right. Yeah.
I understand nobody likes the NCAA.
The NCAA is losing on every front right now.
But they exist to govern the sport. They don't always do it.
Do they?
I'm not telling you they do a good job. They exist to govern the sport. And when you're in the crosshairs because you don't comply, because you don't monitor, because you look the other way, because you allow cheating in some form inside your organization, yeah, this is an issue. And as much as Michigan would like to
didn't say it wasn't an issue.
As much as Michigan would like to paint it as one guy doing this, clearly it's more than that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. May I have another? That's exactly what you're thinking. Instead of, well, let's fight this and let's see if we can prevent some of these penalties.
Michigan's been, I would say, defiant throughout this entire thing.
No argument.
And the argument of it's not that bad, I guess that's all they have left.
Then prove it.
Okay.
I mean, so again, I'm not, like Greg said, why would you look at North Carolina, what they went through? Did they end up having any postseason or anything that was detrimental to the program in regards to the penalties? No, they fought it. Every time that a school fights it, they end up with a better solution than if they just accept the penalty.
248-539-9797. You guys got thoughts on it? We got a couple minutes here. I think Doug plans to talk about it a little bit during their show today. I know there's a lot going on, but I also say, and I share it with these guys, it's the story I'm least interested to talk about at this point. I just know, hey, it's a headline and we need to get into it today a little bit. And I think these guys probably feel the same way in the next show.
It's nauseating, but it's not going away. And part of why it's not going away is that Michigan's going to fight it.
They have every right to.
Sure.
It's just, does it look good when you fight it?
Does it matter what it looks like at this point?
Well, a lot of this is about your reputation. Isn't 99% of the story at this point about your reputation?
What are they saving? the reputation has
forever been tarnished.
Been tarnished, yeah. And which then leads me to my question that I had earlier is why are there factions of the Michigan fan base that continue to celebrate Connor Stallions? And I just, when someone does something to a program and they bring shame or they bring, all of this black cloud over a program, why is it that individual is celebrated? It makes no sense to me. It angers me every time I hear his name or I see his, like if you're just watching the TV and all of a sudden his face comes on, there's instant anger because of what he's done to the program. And it doesn't just stop with him. Trust me.
Yeah. I mean, there's other people who I'm sure you don't feel happy with either, but he is ultimately the epicenter
He's
of
the
this.
face of it, yeah.
Yeah, the face of this. You know what it is? I think there's some Michigan fans that like that this has become a troll thing. Like, that's why they rally around him to, like, troll other people. And I don't understand because a lot of Michigan fans claim he didn't have to do this. So then why are you making him out to be some hero that guided Michigan back to national prominence? If you didn't need him, all he did was put a roadblock in your way. All he did was invoke asterisk talk and stupid stuff that rivals get to attack you with for the rest of your life. There's no world where this guy should be paraded around on tailgates on game day, yet he is.
He took away, and I, whatever happens to the coaches, like they're adults, all right, they made their own choices, but he took away from what the athletes did on the field, what they were actively doing, and that's really what angers me.
Doug Karsh is coming into the studio. Get some of his thoughts. If you missed anything on the show today, the Odyssey app, use the rewind. We talked about a drone in John's neighborhood to start the show. Drone stories.
It was really there.
UFOs. We talked about food and health code issues. Crazy things people have seen.
To hear what some people have found in their food was wild.
Is it just best that we don't know those things?
Well, do you not want to?
I'm happy someone's
ignorance isn't always bliss.
There was an old Saturday Night Live skit where it was the pearly gates and guardian angel was there and somebody passed away and they say to their guardian angel, "Hey, what's the most disgusting thing I ever ate mistakenly?" And the guardian angel said, "You don't want to know." And he goes, "Okay, what's the 100th most disgusting thing I ate that I didn't know about?" And he goes, "You ate a family of earwigs and a bowl of butterscotch pudding." And I'm like, right? That was the 100th thing.
Okay.
And so I've always, that resonated with me. God, Heather, you look like you're going to puke.
Gross. Earwigs are nasty.
Yeah.
Like one of the nastiest. I know they're small.
They look like it, but they really can't. They're kind of harmless.
I don't care what harm they cause or don't cause.
Sort of fingernails and hair. It doesn't mean you want it in your food.
Yeah, it's those little pinchers at the...
Apparently the thing about earwigs is you don't notice if they're in your butterscotch pudding.
Yeah, especially if they're blended up.
There's that. Anyway, so I've always
So you
thought,
smile
I guess,
and you have like
I
a
guess
little
I
leg in your
don't.
tooth.
Little bits are sticking out.
I've always thought I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Don't want to know.
No.
Gross.
What do you got on this fine Wednesday?
Well, we'll open with the Michigan response. This is obviously a big story, and we got some NBA trade rumor stuff, free agency market in the NFL, amongst other fun things.
All right.
What's the origin of your hat?
The origin of my hat, there's a company up north called Chill AF that I saw at, what's the name of the place? Tommy's Surf Shop, although they just changed the name.
Oh, is that the place at Walloon Lake? Yeah, underneath the barrelback.
Barrelback, yeah, that's a great setup there.
It is.
I got to tell you, when you can go to a store and grab a beer while you're shopping,
that's pretty great.
Get a beer upstairs, go downstairs and shop.
Yeah, it's even better in the summer when they put the garage doors up.
Yep, it's a good spot.
Doug Karsh is next. It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. The Karsh, Kang behind the glass, Gator still fighting a cough. Hope to have him back soon, but wish him nothing but the best in his recovery. Good to be with you on a Wednesday in Detroit. Hope everybody's doing well. And thanks for being with us. So, obviously last night the news broke on the Michigan response to the NCAA, which is clearly a big story. And it's something that we knew was coming eventually. What's a bit surprising about it is the approach that Michigan has taken, because I don't really remember a precedent for this. Okay, we're going to fight this tooth and nail. Now, before we get into it too much, I want to give some background on this story and sort of covering these stories, because I have done it quite a bit. Covered NCAA cases, some very intimately close to home and some obviously from afar. And I have made early calls regarding charging to people's defense, or thinking that they are probably not worth the defense. And when you charge someone's defense, in the end, they're guilty or found to be guilty in the rules of the NCAA, it's a very embarrassing thing. And I have been leery of that after it happened early in my career, when I did charge to someone's defense that had some accusations against them. And one of the things that happened in that case was I was able to talk to people involved, and they were almost all on the defendant's side. People that were talking were in the network of the person that was accused of breaking NCAA rules. But the institution remained mum on the topic. And in the end, that person lost their job. Later in my career, after learning a little bit through that case and the Duke lacrosse case, where there was a lot of rush to judgment, and the Duke lacrosse kids were in the end exonerated, I was taking a little bit more I'll wait and see approach after getting burned earlier in my career. And again, the people that were in the network of the defendant in the case had a lot to say. The institution did not have a lot to say. And I did not rush to this person's defense. And honestly, in my relationship with that person, I paid a price. Not one that wasn't worth paying, because in the end, that person was found to be guilty of certain things, and it was probably a wise approach. So there was that. Then there was Penn State football, which was a salacious story. And in the middle of that, I remember sort of, hey, we got to just chill a little bit. We don't need to rush to jump to conclusions. But what happens in these cases is that rumors run rampant. Spartan Secrets came out from ESPN. Gator and I took the approach that, okay, again, a salacious story as presented when that story came out on ESPN, and it led to a lot of rumors. And in the end, it didn't seem nearly as bad as the way it was portrayed. So here we have Michigan, in this case, in the sign stealing accusations that have been levied against Michigan. And the approach remains the same here, and that I'm not really going to rush to judgment. But in this case, I find it interesting that the institution, and in this case, obviously Michigan, has taken this stance, because there's not a precedent for this. I think longtime Michigan fans know they don't, I don't want to use the word capitulation, but they typically seem to look at the evidence and go, okay, this is not something we can necessarily defend. But in this case, they have decided to defend it. Now, the internet is filled with a lot of rumors. And I talked to somebody close to the situation today that basically said, the stuff that's out there is a ton of misinformation. And I've seen it all. the information, and we don't until something shows up as far as an accusation is concerned, or that Michigan has to officially answer to. I don't necessarily love giving these rumors oxygen, but I'm gonna address one of them because I can tell you it's an example of how things get out of control and they start getting accepted as facts. Okay, and there are facts in this case that Michigan needs to answer to, but there's a lot out there that hasn't been established as fact, but is being perceived as fact. Michigan had a quarterback coach named Matt Weiss, who was fired a few years back, and his computer was seized. That has led to rumors that on that computer is evidence of sign stealing and the staff knowing about it. That is a rumor that's out there. There is a rumor that is out there that it reveals a point shaving scandal. That is a rumor that is out there. Okay? There's crazy stuff out there. I have multiple independent sources that have told me it has absolutely nothing to do with why Matt Weiss was let go. But these things get repeated over and over in social media, and they start getting accepted as fact. And there's a whole body, well, what about this? What about that? And look, the university, all the questions that people have about what about this and what about that, and in the Yahoo story that they brought up, they feel comfortable with saying, we won't answer those questions. The what about this and the what about that. And so I find it unique that Michigan has taken this approach, and they must be very confident that they can defend themselves against some of the accusations. Because, of course, the biggest accusation here, and again, circling back and making sure I've got all I understand this case as best as possible, the biggest accusation is that the staff knew. And they seem to be willing to defend themselves. And there is, again, some whatabouts with that. Well, what did Chris Partridge know? Now, what did Mike Hart know? Did they report? And I think those questions are important to be answered, but Michigan seems to be prepared to answer them when asked to stand in front of the NCAA's Committee on Infractions. So that's the most interesting part of this to me, is Michigan's new approach. But I'm intrigued to hear what Michigan fans think at 248-539-9797. It's a proud program. It's been a good program over the years. I think everybody would agree that this is not all of this. I mean, any minor violation, you don't even like minor violations, and this one's led to some pretty major accusations. But again, the school seems willing to defend them. And I'm interested, okay, why is it different this time around? Well, I think they think that there's a lot of stuff that they've been accused of that does not have merit in terms of being able to tie in this with some grand scheme, and more than just a person acting, trying to get ahead and doing some things that were wading into gray areas. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, what do you think of this? It is Carson Anderson. Gators out today. Later, we'll get into some some NBA trade rumor stuff. A new name being floated out there. Could the Pistons get involved? We got some free agency stuff to talk about in baseball and the NFL. It's going to be a busy day. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out sick. 97.1 The Ticket.